with the vagaries of climate change. Some of you may have heard me speak about this statistic because I find it very alarming. But according to the United Nations, Uganda is the 12th most vulnerable country to the vagaries of climate change and 49th least prepared to handle or deal with the effects of climate change out of 195 countries globally. Another challenge we've seen and faced and are familiar with is the aflatoxin challenge, where we have seen a lot of our produce turned away regionally, and we've learned that it is harmful to both humans and animals. It's not good for our consumption and has been linked to liver cancer. But most recently and very glaringly, we have the crisis in Karamoja, where we've seen lots of people and even animals die due to hunger and starvation caused by a combination of factors, but the latest one being drought. There was the issue of locusts, the invasion that came earlier. Then we saw COVID and how it generally affected the entire economy, and now further aggravated by drought. And so confronted with such challenges, what do we do? What can we do about it? And this morning we're here to discuss. This morning we're here to make a plan for what to do about it. And so with that, we're very proud to announce the launch of this 7.5 billion shilling aBi Green Challenge Fund. With this fund, and actually as I think about it, perhaps a more appropriate name, a more appropriate name might have been the aBi Green Solution Fund. But be that as it may, we'll carry on. And this fund really looks to intervening in three key ways. The first one, and very importantly, is climate change adaptation for agribusiness actors, for the entire sector to be more resilient to the changes that we're seeing. Crystal has just talked about it. We're seeing floods, we're seeing droughts, and we're seeing a change in weather in a way that we cannot control. But rather than throw our hands up and give up, we're thinking there are interventions such as drought-resistant seed, early sprouting seed, flood-resistant seed. There's mulching, there's the use of trenching to ensure conservation. There's hay and silage for the people that are in the animal husbandry. We need to invest more in hay and silage and ensure that we are making hay indeed for the lean times. The second way is around climate mitigation, and here we're looking to do our bit in limiting or reducing the emissions of greenhouse gases within the atmosphere. And so our focus here is the migration to cleaner sources of energy around solar, around hydro, and one of the ways that we're thinking, or some of the ways that we're thinking of, is agroforestry. I came to learn recently that planting any tree just doesn't cut it. We'd rather focus on indigenous species like albizia. I came to learn over breakfast now, macadamia as well is indigenous. And they have the advantage of bringing about tree cover, shade, the required canopy that we need, as well as nitrogen fixation. And then with macadamia, for instance, you also have the nut. So agroforestry is one of the ways that we can do that, because when we have more tree cover, we are increasing the greenhouse gas sinks that help us absorb carbon dioxide from our atmosphere. The third, and very important as well, is biodiversity conservation. Here we're looking after plant and animal life above and below the ground. We're looking at worms, we're looking at ants, we're looking at birds, we're looking at the bees. And here what we're looking at is, for instance, even as we do climate change adaptation, what type of fertilizers are we using? What type of pesticides are we using? We're better off using organic pesticides, organic fertilizers, so that we do not tamper with the ecosystem of the environment that we are operating in and working in. So there are three key strands. If there's anything you remember from me today, is one, we're launching a 7.5 billion shilling fund, and that we're intervening in three key ways, which is climate change adaptation, climate change mitigation, and biodiversity conservation. So who is invited, who's eligible, who am I speaking to? I'm speaking to you all our agribusiness actors. I'm speaking to the financial institutions. I'm speaking to the agriculture sector. I'm speaking to us all in the room and virtually online. And prior to this event, and I'd like to thank indeed you, our partners, you've responded to our calls, and we have engaged you quite a number of times as we were putting together this challenge fund. We brought the eligibility criteria to you, we brought our application forms, we brought these concepts to you, and you critiqued them and gave us your input, and we've heard and we've listened. And so this morning, I'm very pleased to announce, for instance, that this Green Challenge Fund is open to the private sector in the agribusiness world. We're talking scientists, we're talking researchers, we're talking indeed processors, we're talking NGOs, we're talking extension workers, we're talking veterinary institutions, we're talking anybody that has an idea, is acting within the agriculture and agribusiness sector, and you think you have a very good idea that would have an impact, not just for you, but for smallholder farmers, for your locality, for your community, for this country, to ensure that we are prospering and doing well and contributing really to equitable wealth creation. And so in that regard, we have three broad areas that we're looking at in terms of eligibility. And when you go to our website, you will see that we have tried to reduce or minimize the barriers to entry. This challenge is so huge, it is so grave, it is so important that we bring all hands on deck and ensure that as many of you as can participate are given the opportunity too. And so in that regard, we start with ideation. And here we're looking at especially youth. Many times the youth in our country complain for lack of access to opportunities, lack of access to capital, but that they are equipped, and it is indeed true, they have the right ideas. So under the ideation category, we're looking to finance, invest, and partner with anyone with ideas that require between 5 million to 30 million shillings, can even be below, as long as it's compelling. You have this one idea, and all you need is somebody to take a chance on you, to test this idea. So 5 million to 30 million in our estimate ought to be able to cover that. We'll walk with you, monitor you, and learn from you. We're willing to take that risk. If it doesn't work out, so be it, but chances are we're going to get some brilliant ideas that will indeed save this sector, save this country, save this world. Then with the piloting segment, again, many of you have crossed the ideation stage. You're in the micro segment, you're in the small segment, and you have these very good interventions, but what you need is an opportunity to pilot it a bit more. You know, maybe if you're working in a particular district, you want to take it and maybe expand to the surrounding districts. Maybe you want to do peer-to-peer extension services. You think that you can take your coffee planting. I was talking to Mr. James Kisale this morning, and he was talking to me about an idea where they're getting extension services or extension workers from one area, a coffee growing area, and want to try it, I believe in Budaka or something like that. So you have that type of idea and you need it financed. For this category, we're willing to invest between 50 million and 200 million shillings. We think that, you know, that is a decent amount to help you pilot and let's see this idea. And then now I'm talking to the mature people in the room, the agribusiness actors that have been around for more than 2 years. We expect that you've had experience, you know what you're doing, and that we can count you and entrust you with a lot more of investments and finance. And for this, we're looking to invest up to 500 million, and should the ideas and opportunities be very compelling, we're willing to bust those caps. Nothing that we're saying today in these eligibility criteria is cast in stone. Nobody wants to shy away from success, so if we see compelling ideas and arguments, we're willing to make changes and adjustments. We're receiving quite a bit of interest in this fund, and we're quite confident that we might need a bit more to cover the demand, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So really, this is a call to you agribusiness actors in the room and online, and if you can spread the word, please do. Please visit our website, www.abi.co.ug, and especially after the launch this morning, it will be live, and we will be receiving applications. We've included an evaluation criteria. It is literally an open book exam. As I said, the barriers to entry are extremely low. We want to do everything we can for you to succeed. Please feel free to get in touch with your relationship partners, your relationship managers within aBi for further information. And even after this launch, in 10 days' time, we intend to have a similar engagement when after you have had a chance to work on the documents, are starting to work on your applications. Tell us what isn't working, where you need clarification, and we will be happy to support you to ensure that you succeed. We're here and we're determined that all your brilliant ideas must succeed and must see the light of day. To our financial institution partners, and here I'm talking to the aBi finance partners, you might be wondering, where are we and what's in it for us today? As you're aware, we're having a breakout session for you, and these are some of the series of engagements that we're having that we had, for instance, with the VCD, the value chain actors. And with you, in our breakout session, you're going to hear from the apex bodies with whom you work, Uganda Bankers Association. We're going to hear from Uganda Institute of Bankers and Financial Services, the Association of Microfinance Institutions in Uganda, and the FinTech Association. And with them, we also will be joined by the Global Green Growth Institute, where we're having an expert, Mr. Tigran, Dr. Tigran, who will join us to support us in developing the appropriate products and services to finance the solutions that the agribusiness actors want today. So we've not forgotten about you, and we're going to have a series of engagements where we will indeed bring our market solutions soon. So as I conclude, on behalf of the management and staff at aBi, would like to sincerely thank our development partners, our shareholders, the Royal Danish Embassy, the Investment Fund for Developing Countries, the European Union, for your steadfast support over the last 12 years. And it is on the back of this support, as I'd mentioned, we reckon that we're going to see an overwhelming response to this Green Challenge Fund, and we know that some of you might be listening to me, development partners, private sector actors, wealth funds, pension funds, that are looking to intervene in this climate change issue. They are looking to make a contribution. Come and speak to aBi. We've been here for 12 years. We have the people who know what to do, the systems. We have a network of incredible implementing partners, both the value chain actors and the financial institutions. So should you be compelled and want to join us, please feel free to reach out to us, and we will be reaching out to you anyway. As always, we are indebted to our government, the government of Uganda, for the enabling and economic environment that we operate in. We remain grateful to our board members, led by our chair. Thank you for the governance. Thank you for the steadfast leadership. Thank you for the direction. I remain indebted to my colleagues in management and staff who have worked tirelessly to bring this challenge to fruition, who have debated and listened and refined, and finally it culminates in our launch this morning. I'm very, very grateful, and thank you very much. And lastly, and certainly not least, our implementing actors. You are the heroes and heroines of the day, of the year, of our time. Without you taking the risk, without you bringing forward your ideas, without your partnerships, none of this would be possible. We celebrate you, we honor you, we thank you very much, and we look forward to a very fruitful and engaging journey with you on this Challenge Fund and beyond. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to engaging with you further. And please feel free to engage with any members of the aBi management team and staff for any further information. If there's anything that you remember from me today, www.abi.co.ug for the aBi Green Challenge Fund. Let's go green. Thank you very much.
Oh yes, thank you very much. Onamuko Sebuliba, the CEO of aBi Finance and the acting CEO of aBi Development. I feel like I don't even know how to add to that because you broke it down in so many ways. I was ready to emphasize the website and you did that right at the end, but I shall go there again because many of you here right now might have been like, what did she say? Or if you're joining us virtually, again, remember that is www.abi.co.ug. And one of the things that I love that you said is it's not rigid. It's not too structured. It's all about ideas, innovation, creativity. And that only comes when we work together, when we support new ideas, because the world is changing and we have to adapt to be able to face these changes and to prosper at the end of the day. So ladies and gentlemen, I think you now have a much better understanding of the Green Challenge Fund, green agribusiness investments for climate change, adaptation, mitigation, and biodiversity conservation. Yes? We are together. Okay, wonderful. Now allow me to welcome the chair of the board, that is aBi, Mr. Felix Okoboy.
As Christo said, it's difficult coming after Mona. I'm not nearly as eloquent, but I shall give it my best shot. So just to observe protocol, to welcome all our guests, representatives from our development partners and shareholders, Royal Danish Embassy, International Investment Fund for Developing Countries, and the European Union. Our keynote speaker, who is going to be attending virtually, Dr. Male Fontana from the Green Growth Institute, Global Green Growth Institute. He's the Regional Director for Africa. The representatives for our strategic partners who are all here, who have been with aBi for a very long time, GGGI, USAID, CEDA, FAO, and UNCDF, among others. Implementing partners, agribusiness actors, financial sector actors, current, past, and prospective. The aBi boards that are here, as Christo told you, aBi, as you know it, is two companies, have separate governance structures, boards and management, except for the vice chair and the chair. So we welcome all of my fellow board members and the management and staff of aBi. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, as they say. So a good morning to all of you. Thank you for attending, whether it's physical or virtual. And on behalf of the two boards of aBi Development and aBi Finance, I welcome all of you. I must tell you, and I think this is something my fellow directors know and the staff know, we're very excited about this initiative. It has been in the kitchen for some time. This is something that our shareholders are very supportive and keen on, and it's something that is very needed for not just Uganda, but globally as well. I think we've reached that point where, and this would not maybe have been the case 15 years ago, but we've reached that point where climate change can't be ignored and the effects thereof. So there used to be a time when many of us, myself included, I wouldn't say I'm an expert on the effects of climate change, but it was something people struggled with. It was some esoteric, exotic concept. It was something that was happening to other people, which obviously is not the case now. So we are very pleased that we are dealing with this, and we are very happy with the progress that we have made so far. And before I do anything, I just want to thank, at this point early on, the aBi management and staff, led by Mona, for actually putting this together, doing the heavy lifting, and getting this over the line. So I think let's give them a round of applause. It has been a lot of work for them, and on that I would like to thank the boards of aBi as well. So the importance of agriculture and the agribusiness sector to this country specifically has been emphasized, and I don't think anyone will doubt that importance. The statistics are clear. Most people are engaged in this sector. This sector is the key sector for Uganda, so it's not something that can be ignored. It is this sector that is the most impacted by climate change for obvious reasons. aBi's key mission is to have a sustainable agribusiness and agricultural sector in Uganda, and to make sure that it's not only sustainable, that it's competitive and profitable as well. So obviously, we would be very keen on combating the effects of climate change as aBi. Mona has provided a very rich background to this, so I'm not going to try and add to that. She has unpacked the details of the effects of climate change. She has unpacked the details of the fund. I will not go over that real estate again. Just to say, obviously, just to state the obvious, but to emphasize it, climate change is real. When you have several different engagements which relate to climate change, you see it in the small things, which are big things for our partners, and in the way they have to do business. We were talking to a group, I think it was a couple of months ago, we were talking to a group of poultry farmers, and I see some actors here who are in the poultry sector. And they were talking about how a change in a couple of degrees affects yields for their chickens. So you can just imagine, we're just talking about minute changes having huge effects on the commercial viability of many businesses in Uganda. So this is a big issue. Mona has mentioned quite a few examples where we see the effects of climate change really hammering our business sector in Uganda. And this is something that's happening across the world, so it's not just Uganda. So the question then is, if it's such a big issue, why aren't we trying to do something about it? And I think that's really the question that the Green Challenge Fund is trying to answer. This is a big issue, that's what we're saying. And we're saying, as Mona told you, there are some risks involved in trying to tackle this. No one has all the answers. We certainly do not, and that's exactly why we're partnering with you. And we're willing to take those risks together with you to address the issues of our time. Because climate change, the effects of climate change, and the need to adapt and mitigate climate change are the real issues of our time. And at this moment, I don't think there are many people in the world who could doubt that this is the largest issue of our time. It's not an exaggeration to say that it is existential. So the Green Challenge Fund is what we will make of it. So it is, as Mona has mentioned with the management team, this is not going to be very prescriptive. It's going to be solving issues that are going to be baked and cooked together with you, together with all the partners, to get solutions that really address the issues of climate change, which are the issues of our time. So we are committed to piloting this. We're launching that today. We're also committed to upscaling it, and as the shareholders and the boards of the aBi entities are willing to actually go down this road for the long term. And so this is a beginning, but this is something that we are committed to doing and upscaling as the need and demand arises. So I really welcome you. I think this is something that if you're in this sector, even if you are not big or knowledgeable on green, which many of us are not, this will impact you. Climate change and the effects of climate change will impact you, and so this is not something that anyone is going to be able to run away from. So I think if we partner together to sort this out, at least to pilot new ideas, to get some exciting concepts on the ground, we will all, not just individually, as people and companies, but also as a country, will all be better for it. So this is going to be a priority for aBi development and aBi finance. So this is going to be our key focus going forward. It's something that allows us to really help businesses be sustainable, but also helps us address, as I said, the challenges of our time. We're committed to ESG principles and ESG frameworks, and we're keen on promoting those as we go on. This is well attended, and I want to thank our development partners for their commitment to funding this and to supporting this, not just with capital, but with a lot of technical knowledge. So our keynote speaker, Dr. Male Fontana from the Global Green Growth Institute, is going to come in with a wealth of knowledge, vast experience. GGGI also is going to be supporting aBi and the implementing partners through this journey. So we're very grateful for that. This is something where a lot of us, all of us really, will need to do a lot of learning, and that's fine. And that's fine. As long as we're committed to tackling this, we'll all get this across over the line. We welcome any prospective partners who are willing to work with us on this. So this is something that doesn't end here and doesn't end today. It's not, we're not setting up a fund that after funds have been dispersed, it's closed. This issue is going to be with us for a long time, and it won't get solved completely by the Green Challenge Fund. One issue I want to bring out is that aBi is very keen on supporting awareness of this issue, just so that we can all learn, we can all get onto the same page. Because I don't think it's an issue that is well discussed nationally, and I don't think that it's an issue that is receiving the attention it deserves, and we definitely have to do our part in promoting awareness of this issue. So like the management team has said, we commend and thank the government of Uganda for providing the enabling environment and conducive environment for us to be able to tackle these issues. Without that, it would not be possible. And certainly without the government of Uganda, which partnered with the government of Denmark to found aBi, we would not be here. I would also want to extend our gratitude to our implementing partners. Some are new, some have been with us for a very long time. But all in all, we've walked this journey that has gotten us here. Let's take this to the next level and address some of the issues that are affecting you and affecting our country here as a whole. So we look forward to deepening these partnerships in this greening initiative. And lastly, I've already done this, but I really want to get back to it and thank the aBi management and staff. We would not be able to launch this if they had not put in a lot of hard work. And before I leave, I'll just urge you once again to give them a round of applause for all the work they have put in. This is just a culmination of months and years of hard work. They had nothing to do with the breakfast, but they had everything to do with everything else. Thank you. The aBi board members have been introduced, so I will not introduce them again lest I put them on the spot. I just want to end this by saying, let's engage deeply today. Let's have a lot of discussion. There will be a lot to happen after this. If you have questions, the aBi management and staff and the board, if you need us, are also on hand to answer any questions. We wish you all the success in working with us in this initiative. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the lunch. Thank you.
The board chair of aBi, Mr. Felix Okoboy. Now, in life we're told to latch onto the things that we're passionate about. And that is how, in many ways, you impact others. And a big part of taking on something that you're passionate about is taking the risks. And that is what we see with a lot of our implementing partners as well. And I have to say, one of the things that I'm passionate about If for anyone who knows me, even though I work in the media, I worked on traditional radio, traditional television, I work online as well. I've crossed over into the online space. And one of the passions I carried with me was my passion for food, my passion for not only eating good food, it started there if I'm going to be very honest, but then it took me over into cooking and sharing. And that's the whole point. Our existence is about sharing, working together. The board chair said baking and cooking at some point, and I paid attention. I'm like, okay, yes, I like where this is going. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to work together. And just a reminder that the Green Challenge Fund is a 7.5 billion shilling fund. So again, to scientists, to researchers, to NGOs, and to the youth, to young people who sometimes have brilliant ideas, but no way to make them come to life, no support, no financing. This is what it is all about. Now, we've spoken a lot about implementing partners, and they can share experience. Sometimes you hear about things, just like you were saying about climate change. We heard about it, but now we're feeling it. And real life examples are the only way that you can paint a very clear picture. So I'd like to invite our first speaker from our implementing partners to share their experience here with us. Please give a warm welcome to the General Manager of the Ankole Coffee Producer Cooperative Union, that is Mr. John Nwagaba.
Cooperative Union. We are based in Shema, and we operate in the old Ankole district, which now has more than 14 districts. The aBi board, the financiers, and all implementing partners. I'm waiting now for the slide. They have said that we give testimony. And you know, when you give a testimony, you don't give it in bits, but you give the full testimony. Though because of time limit, I will try to condense my testimony. It's about the climate challenge. So you can go to the next slide. Next slide. I will give you a brief background of Ankole Coffee Producers Cooperative Union. We started in 2008 with a humble working capital of about 1.5 UGX. Some of you have it in your pockets as loose change, but for us as an organization, that was our working capital. Secondly, we had 10 primary societies. Now we have grown to 26 primary societies with over 15,000 grassroots farmers. And we grow mainly coffee at an altitude ranging between 1,400 to 1,850, which is ideal for fine robusta's. We also get an average rainfall of about 1,200 millimeters, though I think now this has changed from what I'm seeing. What does climate change mean to us? It's no longer a book story, it is a reality. This photograph, I took it, I think, over the weekend in our neighborhood. You can see what is happening to our coffee. The coffee is drying up. We last had rainfall, I think, in the first week of May. So when you talk of Karamoja, even the story is spreading to other areas. It means now all crops are drying up. The maize failed. So it means we are again in the trouble. Okay, now we are on the ecological risks in Ankole region. We take this with our partner. The green shows it's a bit okay. Then the red or orange shows that it talks about drought. Originally, we used to hear drought 89, 99, 209. So it was like having an average of every 10 years you get a drought. Every 10 years, but now the story has changed. Then when you look at the acidity, we have had some work on it. Most of the soils now in Bushenyi or Ankole, the acidity, the pH is less than 5. The standard would be around 7, which would be like neutral, 14. It goes on the one side, then below 7, now you are going to soil being acidic. And for us, as coffee growers, we need soils that are not acidic, but with a lot of alkaline. So it means with this kind of pH, it cannot support good coffee production. Then the soil nutrients are also going down. The soil moisture is also very critical, and it is also at a very low level. Then the vegetation quality is very weak. Most trees have been cut. Then the deforestation. We think in the last 10 years, we have lost most of our trees, and all grounds are bare. Then erosion is also too much. Next slide. This is the standard precipitation in our area index. The red or whatever color you look at is in negative, showing where we have got severe drought. As I talked, if you look at 98, that was around 99, it was coming after every 10 years. But if you look at around 2019, there was severe drought because the bar goes down. Now 2022, just a span of 2 years, again, there is severe drought. The blue one shows where at least we didn't have much drought, which was positive. But again, you see the frequency of rain. There is where you get too much rain within a short time. It is also becomes destructive. You plant, when you are about to harvest, there is too much rain. The next day, the rain disappears. Again, now the drought is coming more often. So that means we must do something hard enough to save this country. Next slide. Now, what are the impacts of climate change? We have more of what we call the red blisters. You find now the scientists don't have a ready-made cure for this kind of disease in coffee. They are still studying it, and it is giving us a big loss. The other challenges is the premature ripening that reduces the quality of our coffee, the high levels of fruit abortion, and then the long dry period, which causes a lot of scarcity of water in the plant, and then the plant gets distressed. Then we get unpredictable rainfall patterns. It is on, it is off. These are the biggest challenges we are facing as farmers, not only producing coffee, but also growing other crops. Next slide. Again, we have now increased diseases and pests. Some of these pests were existing in the natural forests and bushes, but because we have eliminated the forests, now they have come to our gardens, and science does not have an immediate solution for this kind of outbreaks. Then we still have a big challenge of irregular flowering. When you have irregular flowering, it means the beans will not mature at the same time. And it does not make economic sense. You pick one bean here, you pick another bean here. You would have, when you have uniform flowering, then somehow you have even picking. You find it's easier for you to pick your coffee when there is even flowering. Then we also have big challenge of landslides, big soil erosions, because rainfall comes in one go, it rains for 2 days, again it disappears. And all these affect our earnings. We have worked with aBi since 2013, and it has helped us to move forward as an organization. We are engaged in some projects that are moving towards greening. The picture you see in the slide is a lady who is using an improved cook stove. In this cook stove, instead of using like 8 pieces of firewood, this person is able to use 1 piece. And if you cook a meal at lunchtime, the heat that has been generated inside can able to keep the food warm for dinner. I have a school where I'm chair of management. We have introduced them. In a time they used to use like 8 trucks of fuel wood. Now they use only 2. It is a step forward, though it is not a final solution, because under this system we still generate a lot of carbon in the atmosphere. We have also, you have more, okay. The lower part is where we are trying to go solar with some of our farmers so that they can stop using kerosene, which also generates a lot of carbon in the atmosphere. Another important thing we have done with our partners, we are doing our own organic manure, which we started last year. It's lactobacillus, and we use the local ingredients. They are all 100% sourced locally, and we are working with the youth. It is liquid manure, which can be applied on all crops, and it is organic. And for us, we are in organic production. It is doing wonders. You can apply it on beans, you can apply it on coffee, you can apply it in bananas. Now we are doing some partnership with unemployed youth, because it is labor intensive in application, and you have to apply it after every 12 days, and you apply it for like 3 months, you stop. But it is a good fertilizer, and we are in the process of registering it. Next slide. We have also, working with aBi, we have done a lot of capacity building. Last year we did a capacity building of about 8,000 farmers in the climate change mitigation, in trenching, as you see in the picture, in the planting of shade trees, and more so the indigenous trees, which are used to the environment, like ficus, like musizi, like arbizia. But also it is hard to introduce them to the farmers. The farmers have small plots, they don't want trees, but through education and encouragement, we are making a breakthrough, but it is still a long way to go to make sure this kind of project succeeds. We also work with research. We work with Nakori, and they are introducing to us the resistant varieties. More so, there are lines of coffee that are resistant to drought, and I testify that I have benefited from this project. The coffee I planted, even through this drought, I have not irrigated it, and it is still surviving. No single plant has dried. So that means if we can support our research and come up with the seedlings that are resistant to wilt, that are resistant to drought, and that are also resistant to the red blisters, like KR8, 9, and 10 are resistant to red blisters. So if we can fund research and we fund the multiplication, then we would have helped to support our farmers who are struggling with the many challenges in the coffee production. Next slide. We have been working with one of the primary schools to inculcate good skills of good agronomical practices. And between the school and the neighbor, the other one on the left is like a forest, and on the right, you can see what the school is doing. They are doing wonders. They have 1.5 acres, but so far they have picked almost 8,000 kilograms of red cherries of high quality, and the children just use like 30 minutes to go to the garden and pick, but as they run. And we think maybe we are building a generation that will appreciate agriculture and go back to agriculture when they finish their education, instead of maybe going for border riding. Next, we again appreciate what we have gone through with aBi. They found us with about 1.5 UGX, but by working together with a committed implementing partner, we have been able to achieve a lot. We are in rented premises. We are outsourcing everything up to the weighing scale. Now we have our own weighing scales, we have our own warehouses, and we export coffee. And for the last 3 consecutive years, the MD of UCDA is here, can testify, we have won the Taste of Harvest. Our motto is that we value excellence, and we stand by it. Actually, in the recent exhibition in Milan, some category of people categorized our coffee as the best in the world, the final boosters. And that's the journey we want to keep, because it adds value to what the farmers are doing. Next slide. Now we want to go green. From experience, we have a big challenge in our area. When it is time for coffee season, umeme is on and off. So in most cases, we rely on using a generator. And when you use a generator, this is what happens. On average, we use about 197 kilowatts per hour per day. That is equivalent to about 525 liters of diesel. And each liter roughly generates about 2.6 kilograms of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. So that works to a big figure of carbon that we generate in the atmosphere. We have now like 4 plants, 5 actually, the main plant plus other 4. It means now we will be generating a lot of carbon in the atmosphere if we can keep using the generators. Secondly, they are very expensive. Diesel is expensive, and that it will reduce the benefits that would have gone to the farmer. So if ACPC can go green, then we will save a lot, we will save the environment, but also would add value to what the farmer is doing. Next. We have also been trying to see how do we preserve the runoff water. It rains, so the water runs into the valleys and it disappears. We have worked with a few farmers to trap water, and like this farmer has a nursery bed. He's able to trap water. He's in a dry area, and he's able to irrigate his coffee all through the dry season. But this kind of project is a bit expensive. We need to have a technology to standardize it so that on average, because the drought is going to keep coming, we have seen the average is going to 2 years, maybe it will go to 1 year. So we need to have a way of preserving the runoff water. For example, if a farmer, we can say, can trap about 20,000, which he can use during the dry season, then would have saved the livelihood of that family, would have protected agriculture in that area. Finally, I want to say thank you, aBi, for standing with ACPCU. Thanks to the Danish Embassy and other funders to this project. Thanks to the staff of aBi who have worked with us closely to make sure we keep on the path. And we have not betrayed you, and we shall keep working with you. You remember the young Oliver Twist once said, "I want more." We still want more in order to deliver to our farmers, because our vision is to transform the livelihoods of our farmers, and the journey has just started. Thank you, and may God bless you richly.
Thanks, sir. Can I have some more? Round of applause for Mr. John Nwagaba, the General Manager of ACPCU. Thank you so much for breaking down so many interesting things, the challenges that you have and are facing now. Some of the solutions that you have come up with, some of the areas that you're experimenting with, and your understanding of going green. Because when we talk about climate change, we have to talk about going green. Now, the 7 value chains that the Green Challenge Fund is looking at are coffee, cereals, dairy, horticulture, poultry, pulses, and seed oils. But another area that is being looked into is agroforestry. And just listening to the presentation, I actually got chills. I don't know if I'm a dramatic human being, but to think that we have lost a third of our forest cover in just 20 years, that is scary. And so many people do not understand the need for planting trees. They're like, but that is firewood. Can't you see all that? But the benefits, once we understand how important it is, especially when we focus on our local indigenous trees, are something that will be explained very easily. So it's exciting to keep having these conversations and, of course, to learn a whole lot more. I'd now like to invite our next speaker from Jaba Engineering Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Managing Director, Dennis Ahimbisibwe.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dennis Ahimbisibwe, and I'm the Managing Director of Jaba Engineering Limited. At Jaba Engineering Limited, we look at, we have a division for soil testing, and we are looking at how to use soil nutrient testing as a tool for enhancing agricultural productivity. We have that portable mobile soil testing kit, which we have deployed, and we are using it to get the actual nutrients in the soil. Then we can track how the plants take them. Those are our milestones. We started our company in 2009. We started as a laboratory instrumentation company. Our motto, our vision is, when you can't measure it, it means you don't know it. So we started with supplying lab equipment, mainly in water testing, water quality testing, before getting into soil nutrient testing. In 2012, we went into partnership with Parintest Limited. This is a UK-based company, the manufacturer of our technology that we use, and they manufacture water, soil, and environment testing equipment. So initially, water quality testing was it's something that is well understood by government, by National Water, by Ministry of Water, and NGOs for the WASH programs. So that is what we are mainly dealing in. But in 2015, we realized we tried to promote soil testing to the universities, to the districts, to Ministry of Agriculture, but it was not something that was well understood. So as a private company, we opened up our first lab in 2015 here in Kampala. And of course, we are all passionate about agriculture. I myself am a farmer. We do coffee, we do bananas and dairy, but people are promoting fertilizers and you are like, which type, what quantity, when do I apply it? Is what works in Imbarara the same as what will work in Mubende? So with this specific product, I actually imported the first one specifically for the farm, and we started our lab in 2015. In 2016 that's when we first got in contact with aBi Trust then. And in 2017, we got our first support from aBi, in which we were able to do expansion into other areas, as we'll see. In 2019, we participated in a World Bank sponsored challenge. It was called a Disruptive Agriculture Technology Challenge. It was here in Munyonyo, where we emerged winner in agricultural productivity solutions. And as a result of that, we were able to be contracted by MAIF, the SCDP project, where we did a lot of work. Shortly before that, in 2010, because we wanted our results to be recognized, we got ISO 9001 certification. And at the beginning of this year, we actually made a presentation to, there's a World Bank, the Korean Green Growth Trust facility. It is an army of the World Bank, and we made a presentation there to show our results, how they were impactful to the communities. So those are our competencies. Our technology, the technology we are using validated methods, same as the wet chemistry, but using tablets. It can be used in the field. It is portable. It gives digital results. It does not give the visual color charts. And the technology has been developed over time by Palintest. Currently, we have 5 soil testing labs in Mbale, in Kampala here, in Bushenyi, in Kasese, and we've just onboarded another project, still funded by aBi, to start laboratories in Mubende, in Gulu, and then Iganga. They are located in those areas, but we serve a number of districts in those areas. We have increased our financial capacity in terms of assets and our ability to serve the farmers. And as I'll show you, we've been able to attract now more business as a result of these labs. We have trained staff, many of whom are still with us, but some have moved on. They are now being employed by NARO, they are being employed by other researchers and other NGOs. We are ISO 9001 certified. Our systems, our processes are clear. And then we have also been able to develop a promoter system around the country in more than 57 districts, where we have trained people who actually pick the samples, because soil sampling is something that is technical. So we have trained people who are actually able to pick the samples and then take the results to interpret them to the farmers, because it is not something, a soil report is not something that can be easily read by a farmer. We have also developed a soil nutrient results app, a system based on DHIS2, so all the samples, all the tests we do are geo-mapped, are geo-tagged. Every sample has a specific GPS location. So from this, we're able to aggregate this data, and then we have this data available to do like nutrient distribution geomaps, and maybe for research purposes. we have experience of working with the aBi grants, ACDP World Bank project, which has just ended, and then our partnership with our suppliers, whom we have maintained for over 10 years now. Our products and services are mainly divided into those three categories. We have soil fertility management solutions that include soil testing services. The soil testing services, we pick the sample, we test for both the macro and the micronutrients, and then we generate the fertilization plans using it's called a smart fertilizer software. It is developed by Israeli company. We pay a license. We give them information, and then they are able to calibrate the fertilization plans. Then, now the fertilization plan will be able to tell you, depending on the test results you have got, it will tell you how much, first of all, what type of nutrients do you need to improve your soil, how much do you need, what quantity are you going to apply, then as well as when are you going to apply it, because most of the recommendations are for coffee, you apply so many kilograms. But we do split in the fertilization plans. We tell you, apply this one at planting, apply this one at vegetative stage, apply this one at flowering, apply this one at fruit formation, so that you are not wasting, because when you put all the fertilizers at once, not all of it is going to be used. We also do what we call garden profiling, where we are able to, for example, for like a coffee, in our coffee demos, we do the acreage to know how much acres do you have, how many acres do you have, how many plants do you have, what stage of growth, how many years are they. Then you are able to give a farmer an estimated target yield, so that when somebody is growing, he knows I'm expecting maybe 1,500 kilograms of processed coffee. So that if he achieves 1,000, then he knows he has some more room of improvement. It has, the garden profiling has helped us to be able to explain to the farmers, if it is a maize garden, if you're getting 800 and your potential is 2,000, then you know you have room for improvement. Instead of opening up more ground, a larger area for you to get to 2,000, you actually do intensification on that specific area you're growing. We also do training. We have done training and advisory for the farmer groups where we are working with. And we have actually also been able to get engaged by other, the cooperative societies to do training for them, especially in soil fertility management solutions. We also supply these, the soil testing kits. We have both visual and then the digital soil testing kits. We've been able to supply to different companies that are interested in soil fertility solutions. Our other divisions, they do supply water quality testing kits, mainly for drinking and processed water, but as well as irrigation. When you're doing irrigation, you actually have to test the quality of your water, because you'll find some of your water, you do irrigation, but then maybe if it has too much salts, it's actually going to make your soil more saline. We do water testing as well for aquaculture, for fish. Fish is very sensitive to water. One of the major limiting factors for fish growing is actually water. If you have nitrates, if you have ammonia, you are in problems. As well as we also do water testing kits for wastewater. We also supply general testing lab equipment for industrial research and instrumentation labs. So how does soil what is the linkage between the soil, the plants, and the water? Because climate smart agriculture or green farming is actually about the interaction of all these: the soil, the plant, the water, and maybe because this is where the greenhouse gases actually come from. They are not coming from the atmosphere coming down. They are coming between the plants, our soil, and then the water. So the soil has three properties: the physical, then the chemical, and the biological. So the microbiome, the biomass, the living organisms in the soil are actually the ones that are interacting with the soil, maybe as they move or as they eat the organic matter to produce the nutrients that are actually used by the plants to grow. So we must make sure that as we are working on our soil, we keep an eye on all the three components. The organic matter on this side, the microbiological organisms in the soil, as well as the plants. Because the carbon dioxide and the other gases that are being released are coming from that interaction. So, for example, when we look at on the fertilizer side, we are introducing fertilizers in the soil. And usually when you talk about fertilizers, most people will think of the inorganic ones, the chemical ones. But we also have the organic ones. Now, both of them have advantages and disadvantages. But the fertilizers we introduce in the soil, not all of it is actually taken by the plants. Some of it will affect the microbiological organisms in the soil. And these organisms are the ones that are converting the mulch and the organic matter into nutrients in the soil. So we do soil tests so that we know how much nutrients are in the soil. If the soil has enough nutrients, then you don't have to apply a lot of fertilizers. So it means you are reducing the fertilizers that you're introducing in the soil that are going to affect your biomass. And then if the nutrients are not enough, you only introduce just enough for the plants. And that's why we say, introduce just the quantity that you need, introduce it at the time when it is needed, don't introduce all of it at a go, and then you also monitor. After you have done the fertilization, are you able to test the next season to see the effects that your fertilizers had on the next, on the last season? For the people when you're doing the mulching, the crop residues, if actually the organic matter, the amount of available organic matter in the soil, it will affect the physical properties of the soil. And in these physical properties, that's where you find if the organic matter is enough in the soil, then it is able to hold a lot of water. It means when it rains, you'll not get a lot of flooding because a lot of the soil can hold much more water than it otherwise would. It is very easy to see us, people in the lowlands, you see when it rains in the highlands, you get floods. But this is because the soils in the highlands are not actually retaining enough water, so that if the soil has been compacted, the water retention capacity is very low. It rains once, the people in the lowlands, they suffer from floods. But actually, all this water that you see coming down could actually have stayed in the highlands if the soil had good particles. And we are able to do all this if we're able to test and know the properties of this soil. I just bring that the Africa fertilizer map. This one it was developed by Africa. It is the Africa fertilizer map for 2019. It gives how many nutrients are being used by the different companies, the different countries. When you look on the bottom left, bottom right corner, Uganda actually has the lowest fertilizer use compared to Ethiopia, Kenya, and Tanzania. It means that because we are not using enough nutrients, we are relying on the rainfall and the other things. So when there is a slight change, we are going to be affected most by climate smart. These are some of the achievements. We had 2 labs supported by aBi in the first project of 2017-2019. In the project which we have just finished by SCDP and MAIF, we were able to do soil testing in 57 districts and 722 sub-counties. From each sub-county, we are picking 10 farmers and 2 samples. So we're able to do 7,200 farmers in 57 districts in the value chains of coffee, beans, rice, cassava, and maize. We developed a soil nutrient app which has been linked to the National Food and Agricultural Statistics System, so that all the tests that we did, the information is actually on the database. We have started a new project which is going to be in those 3 labs in Guru, Iganga, Chenjejo, and we'll enhance the Kampala lab to not only now do soil testing, but to also be able to do fertilizer and tissue analysis. In fertilizer analysis, you are able to differentiate the different types of fertilizers. Somebody is claiming he has 25% of nitrogen, but is it actually 25? Then in tissue analysis, you have applied nutrients into the soil, but has it actually been taken up by the plant? So you're able to actually test the plant and see what nutrients are being taken up. In our areas, our focus areas, we focus on profitability of the farmer, mainly by reducing the costs of inputs so that people are not buying inputs that they do not need. You only buy only what you need. And then also on improving yields. If you are not applying, you get to know that you actually need to apply something and improve your yields. We also look at increasing employment, because when people get bad yields, they get discouraged. They say farming is not actually worthwhile. For the farmers, especially when you look at the farmers who are doing well, when you get a good harvest, you are tempted to increase, to apply more the next season. The farmers who first did, especially like in horticulture, the people who started by doing basic tests of NPK, they are now actually doing comprehensive tests of other micronutrients. Then this is our way forward. We have, by 2020, we've been able to have complete soil fertility status information. We have a database where all our tests are put. But by 2025, we are looking at integrating all the climate smart productivity solutions. So we have inorganic, organic, fertilizer testing, tissue testing, all of those services together. And then by 2030, we need to look at precision agriculture, where you're only putting exactly what you need and producing for the export markets that are so sensitive to the pesticide residues and those other things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Dennis Ahimbisibwe, the Managing Director of Jaba Engineering Limited. I have to say that was very interesting, talking about precise agriculture and smart farming processes. It is a science at the end of the day. You really establish that it's a science. And the need for measurable data is so important in terms of, you mentioned timing, you mentioned quality, you mentioned monitoring. And a lot of people do get discouraged if they do not have the right direction. And you can't make the right decisions without the right information. So thank you so much for sharing that. That was very interesting. especially about the water testing. That I learned today. That was new. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you all for your attention. We are hearing from our implementing partners right now, from their experiences, their testimonials, and I would like to kindly ask our next speakers to keep within the time allocated, the 15 minutes allocated, so that we can stay on track with our program. So please allow me to welcome our next speaker. That is the Director of Programs from HEFA International, John Senyonga. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Crystal. Allow me say thank you very much, aBi, for giving us this opportunity to participate in this initiative, but most importantly, for us to share our experience and learnings, especially on green growth. First of all, as HEFA International, we are a development organization, and we've been in Uganda since 1982. We work mainly with smallholder farmers. Our work is premised on value chain development. We also specifically focus on women and youth. And of recent, we added a theme on technology and environment. But this also comes from our mission, which is ending hunger and poverty while caring for the earth. Globally, we've set a mission from 2020 to 2030 to reach out to 1 million smallholder farmers across the world. And in Uganda, we are focusing on 400,000 families. And this is basically focusing on supporting them to attain what we call a living income. And that's a sustainable living income. Definitely we cannot do this without considering the care for the earth. Now, talking about technology and environment, we've looked at this as an enabler. And last year, we launched an initiative which we are calling Power, Water, and Internet stroke infrastructure. So with this initiative, we are integrating in all our programs aspects related to power. Of course, that is renewable energy or efficient power sources, water, and also infrastructure or internet. This initiative is mainly driven by the young people that we work with. Now, our long-term framework is looking at achieving scale. We are very much interested in looking at numbers. The 400,000 I've mentioned is a very ambitious number, but we are very confident that we shall be able to get there, especially leveraging on this technology. The other part of our framework is looking at partnerships, basically with private sector, government, and we have a partnership, for example, with aBi, ensuring that we can be able to leverage resources, tap into the expertise from the different partners so that we are able to get the numbers we are looking for. The other aspect is deepening our impact, considering, for example, how sustainable the businesses we are creating, how meaningful are the jobs, how can we have a going concern beyond the interventions that we are making. So in 2020, we started a partnership with aBi, especially on the dairy in central Uganda. We are running a project called Accelerating Dairy Production and Productivity. Of course, the interest is for us to increase the incomes of both the farmers, the cooperatives or the agri-enterprises, but also the processor. And the key outcomes we are focusing on is, first of all, increasing production and productivity, but more specifically productivity, building an extension service delivery mechanism, increasing the utilization capacity of the processor, and we are mainly working with JESA in this region. I know that previously we've done dairy work almost across the country. We've been in Southwestern, we've set up farmer cooperatives there. We've also been in the Eastern. And with this initiative we are running with aBi, we've already started plugging in some of the initiatives that I'm going to share regarding power, water, and internet or stroke infrastructure. One of the things that we are doing, considering the aspects of adaptation, mitigation, but also building resilience, is to ensure that we move farmers from considering increasing production, but to deepen productivity. In other words, we mostly notice that most farmers would be focusing on expanding their acreage, expanding their stock of animals, instead of concentrating to increase productivity so that they save space for the land that is available. So one way of doing that, we started with what we call the 12 dairy farm model. So in other words, we are telling farmers, instead of having 300, both dairy and beef grazing together everywhere, look at the 12 minimum cows that have potential to give you the maximum. Do paddocking, put them in a separate arrangement where you can be able to feed them to the maximum. That means you'll be able to conserve your feed and fodder. You'll be able to provide them with water. And that means you'll be able to maximize on productivity. And I'll be showing you how far that has worked. So we've invested a lot, basically in training, but also doing some mechanization, which I'll be showing you, so that we are able to support them to conserve. Right now, what we are doing is to ensure that we've set a target that each of these farmers should be able to have an average of 40 tons of pasture or silage per season. And we've calculated that that should be enough to take them through 1 or 2 months of the dry spell. Now, considering that alone, we've done some numbers. I've picked examples of 2 farmers. One of them is a young farmer called Isaac Kiza in Kayunga. So this young man has 21 milking cows. So we've tried to monitor his progress, especially during wet and dry. I took numbers from December. As you can notice, before he started engaging with the silage and the pasture conservation, that was the trend. If you look at the brown line, and when he started doing the silage production, especially early this year, you can see how far he has gone. He was having an average of 2 liters per cow per day, and now he's doing 6 liters. He has not changed the breed, but only focusing on water and feeds. And that's the progress we are seeing. We have another farmer called Muvunyi Patrick, who was doing an average of 50 liters, and now he's around 150, 160. And this is consistent, as you can actually notice that even during the dry season, he's getting more than what he used to get during the wet season before he used silage. So that is the progress. And actually, we've used such kind of farmers to demonstrate to the other farmers. And I'll be showing you how far this uptake and adaptation has been, especially with the other farmers. So, of course, that means that we are looking at deepening productivity, as I said, vis-a-vis production. We've also had some initiatives we've done before, especially around biogas, and we've done some quite extensive work, especially in Uganda. From 2012 to date, we ran a Uganda biogas project where we were able to establish about 5,660 biogas facilities across the country. We've also trained quite a number of young people who are into biogas construction. And actually out of that, with that project, we were able to give birth to an enterprise called Biogas Solutions. which is now a commercial entity that is doing biogas in Uganda, and we are still partnering with them in that initiative. Now, of course, there are other aspects we are looking at under our PWI initiative, that is water for production and home use. One thing that I want to appreciate is that because of the work we've done with the aBi project, especially enabling farmers appreciate the effects of climate change, all these initiatives we are doing are either between 30 to 50% co-financed by the farmers themselves. If we are setting up a water initiative, the farmers contribute in cash. They give us that money, we co-finance it with the funding we have from the project, and we are good to go. And all the things we are doing, be it in mechanization, they are co-financed. The other thing we are doing is that, especially on mechanization, all those equipments and those social enterprises are also being run by the young people, so that we are able to create employment opportunities. We are working on water for production, but we have a new initiative that will be starting off next month, where we are going to be setting up community commercial water points, because we know that clean water is extremely important also for these communities. So we are working with the cooperatives to establish commercial water points so that they are able to use that water, first of all, at the cooperative, because clean water has an influence on the quality of milk, but also they are able to sell it at an affordable cost to their members and also the communities. So we'll be establishing those water points. The other thing, of course, with our PWI, we are working with some commercial service providers to extend micro irrigation pumps. We are working with Kickstart on that. We are also working with Daylight Solar to extend solar systems to the smallholder farmers. And these initiatives are actually layered on the cooperative. And what we do, we've set up some revolving fund for most of the cooperative, because they run circles. So they have these as part of their loan portfolios. And the farmers, of course, can be able to access them, and they pay using a check-off system. So the issue here is making sure that they are closer to the farmers, not because the farmers don't know that these systems exist, but because they are far from them, they don't know where to get it and how to pay for it up front. That's why we've done this kind of initiative at the cooperative level. So this is what, for example, that's what we were doing a few weeks ago in northern Uganda, because we have also some cooperatives there. So what we do is that we ask the cooperatives to aggregate demand for these products, and then they source them from the commercial service providers, and then the farmers are able to take them using the check-off system. The other thing I want to mention is about mechanization. That is still plugged into especially the initiative we have with aBi, but also with our oilseed cooperatives in northern Uganda. So what we've done is that because we understand that each farmer may not afford, for example, to buy a chopper, these choppers we are using are like 4 tons per hour capacity, and each farmer may not afford to do that. So what we do, we co-finance these with some of the young entrepreneurs within the community. We also worked with the service provider to make them mobile. Like it's like a cart, so you can just move it from one community to another. We've set up a platform using a social enterprise called Hello Tractor, because we are also doing that with the tractors, where a farmer is able to book using an agent in the community and is able to order for that equipment, and the young person just swings in, he works on your 40 tons in a day, and then you are done. So they keep moving from one farmer to the other, so that everyone is able to do that. So that's what we are doing in terms of commercialization. But also with the Hello Tractor, what we are doing is that we have an online platform with Hello Tractor, where farmers, especially the cooperatives and other entrepreneurs, you just need to book a minimum of 600 acres within your area. And that's a confirmation that there is demand for mechanization. So after you've booked, the online system with Hello Tractor will be able to select. Of course, it's whoever does it faster is able to access the tractor. We gave out last month 6 tractors. We are going to be giving out 15 more end of this month. So, and the moment you book, you access a tractor, and then you pay as you use. So when you plow, the farmers are able to pay using the online system, and then the system will be able to check off as you progress. So that's what we are doing basically with mechanization. And the other last bit is on the solar system. We are also working on solarization of the milk cooling systems. Right now, we've started with 5 cooperatives. We are doing this in Dwaniro. We are doing it in Chiwaga Livestock. We are also doing hybrid system. We are going to do this in Nabitanga. And the idea here is to create efficiency. Apparently, last week we had a meeting with the cooperatives. 40 to 30% of their costs go into fuel. And they were telling us because of the rising prices right now, this has actually more than doubled. And that shows you how much is being lost in terms of their profit. But also the emissions. You can see that environment around that genset. So with this initiative, I'll give you a small example of the models we've done. We are using 2 models. A cooperative can pay for this system as a loan, or you can do a PPA, that is the power purchase arrangement. In other words, if you've been spending 500,000 per day on energy, the system and the model you are using can give you maybe 300,000, and you just pay it the way you pay for power. You don't need to invest 300 million in buying the whole system. We work with a commercial service provider, an EPC. He sets the system, and you just pay for the power. The system remains a property of the EPC. Once we have recouped the money we invested, then you own the system. So those are the models we are using, and here I can show you how much savings they can be making compared to the money they are spending right now with the gensets. With this, the loan, that's how much they can save from year 1 up to the 10th year. And with the power purchase arrangement, that's how much they can also save. Of course, each model has its own advantages and disadvantages. Lastly, I've already talked about that. So our learnings, of course, briefly have that we need to consider increasing productivity vis-a-vis increasing production, because the moment we increase the numbers, we increase on the size of land, that means we are putting more pressure on the environment. But also we've learned that the cooperative structure is a very, very important platform for us to leverage and to plug all these things I've mentioned. So it's extremely important that we look at how strong, how profitable the cooperatives are, so that they are able to scale up these initiatives. The other thing is that we are moving a bit faster on this because farmers have come to appreciate, they have gained them knowledge, they consider how this impacts on their businesses, but also the cooperatives themselves, and that means if we increase that knowledge and information, the uptake becomes a bit faster, and that's the learning we've had. Of course, working with the commercial service providers, we've seen the numbers growing for their sales, and then lastly, we've also seen, especially for solar, that for the off-grid systems, it makes more economic sense than when we go to the hybrid systems. I want to thank you very much. We are looking forward to scaling all these initiatives. Apparently, HEIFA is putting in some resources using our impact investment funds. But of course, our interest is to pilot, and we are looking at financial institutions, private sector actors, and definitely partners like aBi, so that we are able to scale up these initiatives. I thank you very much, and I'm very confident that we are in this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Senyonga. Before you leave the stage, I just have one request for you. You jumped straight into your work, but there's a request. you did not tell us anything about yourself and where you're from. So just very briefly, if you could tell us a bit
Thank
about
you, and
yourself.
sorry about that. I'm John Senyongas. I work with Heifer International as a director of programs. I'm sure Krista had already introduced. I come from Midwestern Uganda in Chegega district. I'm a farmer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause. What you said was very interesting. And also one of the things that I picked up was the power of community. So much can be done when community comes together. And it was very interesting to hear the breakdown on the green growth initiatives and interventions at the different levels. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite our next speaker now from Yugaford Microfinance Limited. Please give a warm welcome to the Chief Executive Officer, Shafi Nambobi.
Good morning, everybody. I'm called Shafi Nambobi, the CEO of Yugaford Microfinance Limited. Good to be here and also to be associated with the aBi Finance Stock Development. Yugaford has been with the aBi, so it has been seeing these changes in the name. We keep on getting those letters. But we are happy that the services also continue to get better as the name change. I'm here basically to represent Yugaford, but also other financial institutions that are not here because the aBi is not supporting only Yugaford, but several institutions. But due to the time, I think they are not able to be all here to give testimony. So without wasting time, I'll just quickly talk about Yugaford and then the support we have got and also the impact of Clean Technology Fund. Of course, aBi has also been coming up with different challenge funds, and we are happy that it is going with change, and we're happy that today there's another challenge fund that is coming up. So aBi is very innovative, not just relying on one thing over and over and over. So we're happy that it is continuing to come up with innovative interventions that help us. Basically, Yugaford is basically started in 1994, and of course it has evolved. Just speaking through where we operated, you see most of our branches are in Western Uganda. And again, we found ourselves looking at who is the target market. So we have ended up increasing our portfolio in agricultural lending. So as you can see, we have about 58 billion shillings in portfolio, and 52% of that is in agriculture. And one time, Bank of Uganda visited us and they were asking us, this risk is too much. Why are you going much into agricultural lending? But we responded to them that, one, look, this is our strategy and we intend to grow this further. So I would like to inform you that we had a risk limit appetite. Initially it was about 30% agriculture, we increased it to 40%. Recently it was at 48%. Now we are in breach of that limit. We are at 52%. And this week we are proposing to the board that we can increase that limit. So again, speaking through that space, we went through the COVID pandemic, but I would like to inform you that that was the most resilient sector. We gave out moratoriums thanks to aBi. Actually, aBi was the only institution that gave financial institutions moratorium among all the lenders. So that was supportive. So we are happy to report that that has been paid. We have not written off loans in that space. So thank you very much, aBi, for taking that risk of lending to us. In terms of the support, of course, when we are told to speak today, we are asking ourselves now, we speak about what? Because aBi support is very big to us, but in this specific presentation, we shall rely more on the green, the clean energy technology. So when this came up, we said, how are we going to do it? First of all, our system only allows weekly and monthly loan repayments. When we started implementing, we found that some of our customers in groups were defaulting. And how were they defaulting? We had aligned their loans into weekly repayments and also monthly. Then we're asking ourselves, how can someone growing beans pay you weekly? So what we had to do is to look at our core banking system. We changed it, and then we tried to go do a survey, and then we managed to change our loan terms into quarterly, triannual, biannual, and also to allow bullet payments, because, and also give a grace period of up to 6 months. We are happy that this is working out for us. So as at end of June, our per 30 was at 5.48%, of which agriculture was 4.2%. So that again demonstrates the resilience in that sector. And then again, we said we don't have any staff that is skilled in agricultural lending qualifications. So what we had to do was to train our staff so that they can be able to serve the customers. So some of the key areas we are funding, of course, like valley dam, mulching, irrigation, manure. When the two Johns were speaking about climate, soil, actually we are becoming worried, because any changes in the climate affects us. Any dry spell affects us because the repayments are affected. So these interventions are really very good, and we need to see how we can be able to work with the various partners to see how they can assist our customers. Of course, another key intervention for BI is again in relation to collateral. Our portfolio, about 90% of our portfolio is more of unregistered land and also chattels. These include even animals. So we're happy that the intervention of agricultural guarantee came in handy, and we know that we all want to serve women, but we very well know that in Uganda it is hard to find a woman who has collateral, who has land. So how can we be able to serve this? So this is something that came in handy. The next slides are basically talking about what our customers say. Today I came with one of my regional managers who is deeply involved in this activity, Eden Bazira. Of course, it would be not fair for me to talk about customer testimonies when I'm not always in the field. But I have one of my staff members, Eden, who is just going to talk about what do our customers say about the services we're offering to them. So Eden, please come and speak through the customer testimonies.
Thank you very much, CEO, for the opportunity. Good morning, everyone. My name is Eden Bazira. I'm the regional manager in charge of Western Uganda, where we are good at green agribusiness and agriculture in general. I'll speak on behalf of agriculture customers whom we are serving, and there are over 5,000 customers holding a portfolio of over 27 billion shillings, and our customers are happy. We give appreciation to aBi for the support that they have given us, that we are able to transfer the support to our customers. I'll briefly give testimonies of about 3 customers who have really benefited and are doing much in terms of climate conservation. Yes, one of our customers is called Idris Mugerwa. He's our customer of Chotera. When you visit him, the first thing he will tell you, he will say, I'm conserving the environment while making money. He has over 70 acres. He has over 70 acres of coffee. He has over 10 acres of passion fruits. He's in cattle fattening, and he started humbly with about 10 acres of land in 2010, but right now he has over 300 acres of land. In 2010, he had annual income of less than 5 million shillings, but right now he can say that he has annual incomes of over 300 million. He's appreciative to UGAFOD, but also he's appreciative to aBi. For him, he may not know aBi, but as he extends the appreciation, for us, we also extend the appreciation to aBi that has given us the support that we extend to him. Idris is doing much in terms of conserving the environment. If you visited him, you'd really be happy. He's in organic manure production from his cows. He will collect the cow dung that he will process and make manure that he will put in his banana plantation. But also, those projects you can see also need manure. But he's also able to sell that manure. I know just one, he would sell one small truck of organic manure at 300,000, and he's really making money. This customer, he's called Joseph Nseleko. He's our customer from Kasagama in the Antonde branch. Kasagama is about 300 kilometers from here. He also joined UGAFOD in 2007. The photo you are seeing there, he's trying to put together the coffee husks from his coffee plantations. He has machines at his home that process coffee, and then he gets the coffee husks, which he sells to other farmers. But Joseph Nsoleko, for the last 15 years, he has been in UGAFOD. He also was earning little, but right now he can say he's really a commercial farmer. He's into zero grazing. This second photo you can see, it is a machine that he uses to process silage. He has 40 cows, dairy cows, which he's rearing on a 10-acre of land. And of course, this zero grazing has helped him to also conserve the environment. You know, with open grazing, the cows put the burden on the land. And because for him he's doing that zero grazing, he's really able to reduce operational costs, but also reduce the burden on the land, and also increase his yields. But I'll lastly give another customer of ours. He's called Joseph Sechibengo. He's from PG branch. For him, he's in agroforestry. And he has really done a lot in terms of conserving the environment, but while making money. He now has 200 acres of land, of tree plantations. He's in eucalyptus trees. If you drive along PG there, you'll see a good environment of trees. Or if you pass through this Mitiana Road, you'll see a good environment of trees. Some of those are our customers, and they have done a lot in terms of conserving the environment. If you visited our Ankole area before, we used to have a challenge with water for cows. But right now, because of the partnership we have with our customers, they have constructed water dams, and it's no longer a challenge in terms of getting water for the cows. Even in the dry season, you'll find them with water. They are no longer the old pastoralists who would move here and there in search for water, because Ugaford is there and aBi is there. They are now stationed in one place. I really thank you for the opportunity, and we thank aBi for the support given to us and to our customers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Eden, for the sharing what is in the field. And of course, in the future, it would be good if we can be able to have the customers themselves, so that we don't speak for them. I would like to end here. Once again, thank you very much, aBi board and management, for all the support. And now turning to the challenge fund that has been introduced, I would like to encourage all of us to apply, because from the experience we have with aBi, aBi is not discriminatory. They are very transparent, and they would like to see that everyone benefits from the fund. And I was happy to hear Mona mention that this fund is as low as 5 million shillings. So that means that if it is 7.5 billion, we are looking at the fund benefiting more rather than benefiting just a few institutions. So thanks so much for introducing this new fund. And again, on behalf of Ugaford Board and Management, we thank you so much. And our 5-year strategic plan, that is 2021-2025, is hinged to agriculture. And again, Master of Ceremony, thank you very much for pushing John to introduce himself, because when he mentioned where he's coming from, Chegegwa, it is a new location that Ugaford is setting up a sales center. So I think now I'm going to start by introducing myself more, to him so that he can welcome me to Chegegwa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, please do chat. Very productive conversations, I'm sure, from today. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Shafi Nambobi, the Chief Executive Officer for Yugaford Microfinance Limited. I hope we are all doing well. How are we? At the back of the room, are we good? And to everyone joining us online, I trust that you are good as well. Thank you so much. I'll get that response later, I'm sure. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to hear from our keynote speaker today. He is a Senegalese national with 18 years of professional experience in the development sector. He is currently the Regional Director for Africa and Head of Programs at the Global Green Growth Institute. He was previously the Country Director for Burkina Faso and Cote d'Ivoire. He holds a Master's in Management, MBA in International Development, and a PhD in Environmental Organization and Methods Applied. And I just want to add that he was recognized. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready for our keynote address, I'd like to thank you for your patience. And please get to know each other, get to know the person next to you. There is so much that we can learn from each other.
also challenges. But the good news is that that can be transformed to opportunity and sustainable business. Ladies and gentlemen, the need for green growth paradigm shift has never been more urgent and inevitable. We've seen floods, droughts, landfill filling up, and climate and sustainable issues have become very real in Africa, as well as in Uganda. At the same time, solutions to these problems lies right in front of us. DJI helps its member countries on their national determined contribution under the Paris Agreement, as well as their commitment under the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. In sub-Saharan Africa, there is an estimate of 106 billion demand for financing by 200,000 agri-SMEs. However, we estimate that the only 55% of 55 billion, which is about 35%, is currently being met through formal finance channels, leaving an annual financing gap of more than 100 billion a year. It's worth diving deeper into the impact of the climate change. While global agri-food systems are responsible for at least 30% of the global greenhouse emissions, agri-SMEs in developing countries contribute very little to this total. For instance, when to go deeper, sub-Saharan Africa contributes only 10% of the global agri-food system emission. emergence of new pests and diseases, for example, increase of temperature across, can lead to the loss of jobs and billions of revenues. And we will add on that the volatile supply and price, declining yield, demographic pressure, an increase of occurs in extreme weather event, put supply and prices of crops under pressure. For example, when we go into details of the price of crops, we can say that the result of additional price increase of 32% to 37% for rice, 52% to 55% for maize, 94% to 120% for wheat, and 11% to 14% for soybean by 2050. Ladies and gentlemen, we really facing this risk, and agriculture SMEs need support in adapting their business models and operational to adapt to changing market and production environment. Agri-SMEs are fundamental to changing the way agri-food value chains works in mitigating the production and GSD emission. Introducing products and services that help farmers to adapt to climate change, and investing in nature-based solutions that prompt sustainable growth. In order to support these, climate-based policy, climate-based finance is quite important and require a deep understanding of agri-SMEs analysis as well. We can go more and deeper on that particular things. But what I will say globally, when we look at that sector, only 1.5% of the global climate finance, which is about 10 billion, is channeled to the small scale agriculture. And when we look more and deeper on that, also, only 7% goes to value chain actors. And the vast majority of that funding, which is about 95%, come from public capital provider. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot pursue my keynote point without raising a personal point that's quite important as well, which linked to women and youth. Women are likely a key pillar of the continent's food and agriculture system, comprising 50% of agricultural workforce and owning 1/3 of the SME that produce, process, and trade in agriculture and services. We know on the different report that the continent has the highest percentage of women entrepreneurs. In the world, with 1 in 4 women starting and managing business, the agribusiness industry is often natural focus on this entrepreneurial drive. Africa, I will not, let's say, share something that's not new for you, is the youngest and fastest growing continent in the world. By 2030, the number of young people in Africa labor force will increase to 375 million. And the population growth of the continent mean by 2035 will be the more young African entering the workforce each year than the rest of the world, which is a quite challenging for some people, but I see opportunity, and I'm sure the people in the audience see also opportunity on the youth sector as well. So women and youth are quite important for this transition. Ladies and gentlemen, I will strongly believe that the agri-SMEs can bring triple climate responses, which is really valuable for the way that we go for green growth. One that will be on the mitigation by limiting the emission of greengrass emissions with zero emission farms equipment. GSD focus genetic selection or breeding, or improving fertilizer practices as well. Most importantly, when we come in Africa, is the adaptation side by pushing more on climate smart irrigation, such as solar power or micro irrigation system, soil and water management, agroforestry and aquaculture that I hear a lot from the couple of partners, and also looking for alternative wetting and drying system that go for that. Lastly, which is linked to a nature-based solution, by investing in the protection and restoration of the ecosystem, soils and health improvement, crops management, organic fertilizer, or carbon sequestration. So agri-SMEs are playing a critical role on also supporting that green growth transition, and financing that sector is really critical. Ladies and gentlemen, we need a dedicated innovative solution And I can say today that the good news is that the Green Challenge Fund is the right solution. DJI is firmly committed in supporting the green growth transition with its member country. And I'm therefore honored to have the opportunity to be here today. And I reiterate my sincere thanks to the governments of Uganda, aBi, Denmark, and EU, and ensure that the DJI will play its part in the successful transition to a green economy. aBi's vision is to foster a competitive, profitable, and sustainable agriculture and agribusiness sector in the support of equitable wealth creation in Uganda. This is very strongly linked and contribute to the Ugandan's Vision 2040, the National Development Plan, as well as Uganda's climate actions as is simulated under the NDC, the updated one. We can say that over the past 10 years, from my own calculation, aBi has disbursed over $200 million in line of credit across board, from some of the largest banks to the small finance institution in Uganda. These areas of client for aBi ensure inclusion of some of the most marginalized agribusiness value chain actors. Against this background, I would say that aBi has a very ambitious plan of achievement, a disbursement of 550 million by 2050. Majority of which will be green finance. And also actively pursuing the mainstreaming of green growth in the project that is supported by DJI, and happy to be part of this working, and also that changing that we're pushing forward. Gender equality, social inclusion, as well as green jobs are all the social impact that aBi is pursuing, and DJI has extensive experience from over 40 countries, and will be happy to work with to achieve this objective that are quite important for Uganda as well in the sector. aBi has a strong on board investors and shareholders, including the government of Denmark, the EU, who are also working with DJI as a member, that's Denmark, and funder of several projects like EU. This shows the trust of aBi track records. The new additional investment, including the Green Challenge Fund, show even more confident in aBi's plan growth direction, and we are glad to be linked to working with DJI member country and funder to support growth on the green financing in Uganda. I can add also aBi is taking the lead towards focusing on green investment. Is a challenge and example to other financial institutions in Uganda to understand the risk of climate change of financial institutions. And we know that the risk of failure to take action on climate change as the key risk faced by businesses, finance, and society over the next 10 years. Climate action failure is the #1 risk by impact and the #2 risk by livelihood. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change presents a sustainable risk for financial institutions and the investment. And while supporting aBi to take the lead toward the green finance, we're glad to support also other institutions to take up the greener approach to the finance. I will finish my keynote point by saying that we're just starting the journey today by writing the new chapter when it comes to supporting the agri-SMEs with aBi. And I strongly believe that the story will be really in the next 4, 5 years or 3 years on what was the achievement and impact that aBi bring, not only in Uganda, but also at the continental level. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for your attention. I will encourage also all the partners and the different candidates to apply to this challenge fund, and welcome again to this family for the Green Growth Transition. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just heard from our keynote speaker, Dr. Male Fontana. And we are here today because aBi has taken on this initiative, and we are here for the Green Challenge Fund. There's so much that we have learned today, I have to say. But I'd just like to, just stress, remind you again that it is a 7.5 billion shilling fund. And there are 3 core categories, just again, ideation, which can be backed by about between 5 to 30 million shillings. There's piloting, 50 to 200 million, and of course growth, which is up to 500 million shillings. So again, to find out more information, please go to the website. That's www.iba.co.ug. And just a reminder, to catch up on today's conversation, we are on Twitter using the hashtag, that's aBi Green Fund. And you can also follow the proceedings and watch it again. Share the link with other people on YouTube. It has been live on YouTube. It is live at this very point in time. At this very point in time. So that is by going to aBi Finance on YouTube. And of course, please do subscribe as well for more updates as we go on. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite back the board chair of aBi to join me, Mr. Felix Okoboy, as well as the CEO of aBi Finance, and the acting CEO of aBi Development as well, to officially launch the Green Challenge Fund. Thank you. I'd also like to invite Mr. Grace Kavuma to join us and other board members present here with us. Thank you for this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we are here for, exciting times indeed. I'm going to ask that we do this together. So can we count down together? Starting from 5? I didn't hear a yes. Did we have coffee, tea? Okay, We're going to do this together. Yes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there you have it. The aBi Green Challenge Fund has officially been launched today here in Uganda at the Kampala Serena Hotel. This is exciting. There is so much to learn from each other. And again, a reminder, things that have been shared, we want ideas, we want innovation, we want creativity, and we must work together. Thank you. Round of applause, please.
Just a quick one. I might add, as we were sat there, we thought that we thought there was need to clarify that indeed the interest is overwhelming, and we are welcoming it very much. And we just thought to emphasize that there's more where this came from. So do not be limited by what seems like a cap. This is the initial investment. Should there be need to expand and top up and increase the size of this fund, we're certainly ready to do it and will do it. So please go big, go bold with your ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. And a reminder to go to the website for all the information you need. That is www.aBi.co.ug. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. We are now going to take a break, just in case the coffee from the morning has started to wear off, please, we would like you to enjoy a tea break. I am Crystal Newman, still here with you. Again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. And the Green Challenge Fund is officially launched.
Information needs to get out. These projects that were funded, did any ideas, any ideas exciting that can work in other parts of Uganda? It might have been piloted somewhere in Kumi, and it could also work in Fort Portal. That kind of information, the media plays a key role in making sure that the public knows about it. So we'll be relying on you very heavily to socialize the information. When we talk green, would need you to talk green with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Chair. Actually, the media and the press, you are a key component, and we're going to have sessions specifically for the media, where we bring you the knowledge, the latest cutting information, even knowledge about aBi, so that we can be your active partners on this whole green growth agenda. Thank you very much for that, Chair.
Okay, thank you. My question is in line with the biodiversity conservation. I picked interest when you mentioned it's one of the investments that the fund is going to be targeting. So I'm wondering, do you as aBi, have you already cited out areas in which you're going to conserve the biodiversity?
This is an area we're getting into very specifically. It is new for us, and it was in recognition of its importance. Agriculture, by its very nature, engages with the ecosystem above the ground and below the ground. And so we thought that we needed to pay attention to it to keep the ecosystem in balance. And this is now, the implementing partners we get from the biodiversity conservation side will be the first implementing actors will have got in that respect. Some of them are already our implementing partners. For instance, when you hear Ankole coffee producers talking about using albizia trees because of the nitrogen fixation, because agroforestry is one way of ensuring that, or organic fertilizers, organic pesticides being used to ensure that they do not harm the soil and the soil content, like what Java Engineering was talking about. You find that there are going to be many of our implementing partners are new. We're just going to categorize them and actually focus on that segment. We've been looking at other usual agribusiness interventions, but now we're paying specific attention to it for existing and coming actors. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that marks the end. In case you have any burning question, Felix and Mona are still with us. You can approach them individually. So Felix and Mona, thank you for this session. The press, thank you for attending this presser. For Luganda, because we're going to be using this room, there is a group which is online waiting to use this same room. I would request that we do Luganda from outside. So yeah, that marks the end of our press conference.
Amen. they already know them. Let's also get this chance. Waiting for what? It has refused. Oh, because of the online transmission.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, welcome from the extended break. Yes, we apologize for the delay. We had a technology challenge. but I think we are now good to go. This session is going to be short, so we anticipate that we'll be out of here in less than an hour from now. That should take us to our lunch break, and then networking and living at leisure. So I will request for your patience, but also for your attention as we discuss the aBi specific interventions of the Green Challenge Fund. As you observed, the morning session highlighted more of the value chains development, and that was deliberate because we are refining interventions, and one of the key steps we want to do in this refining is to hear from you before we announce a product or an intervention where each of you is going to participate. So you're all welcome. Yes, so I will not take much of your time. Perhaps I will start by introducing our panel, and then I'll run a short intro presentation just to bring everyone up to speed. And once that is done, then each panelist is going to have an opportunity to talk about herself in more detail, but also to tell us how they are going to turn around green financing within their sphere of influence. The three ladies in front here are all leaders of apex bodies and capacity building institutions, which are within the space of financial services. So we believe this is an important privilege for us to co-create the last mile of the interventions that we are developing for the good of the financial services sector and agribusiness in general. You're all welcome. I see a number of aBi staff, a number of our partners, both online and in-house. So I look forward as the moderator to full participation of all of us, but also I hope this session will put an important building block on the aBi financial services sector-specific Green Challenge Fund. On my immediate left is Ms. Goret Masade, the CEO of Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services. Next to her is Ms. Zaina Mudu from FITSPA, that's the Apex for Financial Technology Services Providers of Uganda. And then extreme end is Ms. Jacqueline Mbabazi from AMFU, which is the Apex body for financial institutions, but mainly Tier 4 financial institutions. You're all welcome. So quickly, as a brief, I will run through the slides. My name is Noah Owomujisha. I work for aBi as the head of investments in business development services and green growth. And what that part of aBi does is to offer the non-financial services to some extent, but which non-commercial or non-cash, which are mainly related with building capacity, both for infrastructure, but also for staff. So a lot of noise around capacity building comes from that side. In addition to the BDS and green growth aspects of aBi Finance, we have the financial services development product, which again focuses mainly on infrastructure. MIS's, management information systems, buildings, and any other thing. We usually call them balance sheet specific investments that go into building capacity of financial institutions. We have another product which is agribusiness guarantees, and that product is for de-risking loans. And its objective is basically for helping borrowers who are challenged in terms of collateral. So financial institutions which are partnering with us on that product are able to have relatively more appealing concessions on collateral for borrowers, especially those who have collateral deficiencies. The last product I would like to mention is the lines of credit. These are loans that we give to financial institutions to boost their liquidity for lending for agribusinesses. We appreciate that financial institutions lending across all sectors oftentimes may have limited liquidity for lending for agribusiness. So to enable us achieve that, we then avail loans, which we call the lines of credit, to enable us be able to address that gap, the liquidity gap. So those are the 4 products of aBi, and again, the interventions of aBi are going to be around, rather interventions within the Green Challenge Fund are going to be around that. So I'll switch to the presentation quickly. We have background information around how vulnerable we are and how ill-prepared we are. Most of that has been discussed to a big extent in the opening session in the morning. I'll quickly take us to a bit of statistics regarding our readiness. We have a number of partner institutions we work with, and we've been able to reach out one-on-one to them to find out how are they prepared or what are they doing within the financial services space, especially offering loans for investing in green financing. And from the 42 we talked to, only 30 had loans which are dedicated to green financing, but even then those loans were for climate mitigation. So you're basically talking about resource efficiency, energy saving, water saving, good waste management, but they don't appeal or they don't provide adequate coverage in terms of adaptation. Yet climate adaptation is our main issue at hand if we are to deal with climate change in Africa. So we then see there is need now to start to work on our products so that they start to focus in areas that address the adaptation side of climate change. The other issue we found out is that most of the financial institutions, even when they have the green financing loans, when they are marketing those loans, they focus on the loan itself to encourage people to apply for it, not its benefits. For example, not its environmental benefits, not its adaptation of benefits, not mitigation of benefits, and not environmental conservation benefits. So again, there is a bit of communication and a bit of editing and managing of the messaging around green financing to be able to highlight more in terms of what we benefit in terms of environmental inclusion, in addition to the financial benefits of that. So, and that is going to form the basis for the kind of interventions we are proposing. And these are the interventions we are proposing. Under the business development services and financial services development products, we want to promote mass awareness to address the issue of knowledge. Our board chair has alluded to it, and this is what we've observed. Even if you go to financial institutions, very few loan officers, for example, are experts of green financing. So they need capacity building. But even the borrowers, again, need to know, if I'm going to a bank, which kind of loan should I ask for, so that they get the right loan structured for the kind of investment they would like to make. The other kind of support we'll be having under the FSD for greening, or BDS for greening aspects, is supporting product development. Again, like I mentioned, we have loans but which cover a few aspects of greening and don't cover others. So you go to a financial institution and tell you, we have a solar loan. But if I need a biogas loan, I can't get it. So we will be having product development specific interventions that will address inadequacies in the structure and availability of products to enable borrowers to access the financing that is structured to meet the kind of investments they would like to make. We appreciate, again, under liquidity, that we have inadequacies in terms of availability of liquidity for lending to green investments. So we are coming in availing 20 billion worth of lines of credit in addition to our already existing finances for agribusiness to be made available for people to borrow who are specifically going to invest in these areas. Again, as my CEO communicated earlier, we'll be able to grow this. This is like a pilot of sorts, but as long as the demand is there and the sector is picking up in terms of appetite, then we'll be able to improve and avail more funding on these interventions. The other last green intervention that is going to be put forward within the proposed interventions is the increasing of risk share under the lines of guarantees. aBi has been offering 50-50 risk share for those who are trying to access, who are being booked on our guarantee scheme. Because we know that some of the investments, the green investments, have low resale value, we want to increase our risk share so that it is more appetizing, more encouraging for financial institutions to lend to agribusinesses. I can give an example of a solar kit or irrigation or a borehole. If you've sunk a borehole and you default on a loan, it is tricky for a financial institution to come and pull it out of the ground and take it to the bank branch or sell it. So for investments like those, we want to up our risk share from 50 to 70%, so that the only risk share portion on the side of the financial institution lending to this agribusiness or this farmer is only 30%. And we think that is incentive enough to encourage the financial institutions to participate in this. So that's a bit of summary about the intervention. And yes, that is our proposal, the way it is now. That now brings us to why we are here today. We want to discuss, is that adequate? What are we not considering within the offers? The green lines of credit, the green guarantees, and the financial services and BDS for greening proposals that I've just mentioned. But on top of that, we also want to take positions. And that is the essence of why you who are on top of the food chain, if I may use that word, within the financial services sector are being relied on, one, for guidance, but also for your role in your spheres of influence to push this and make this happen starting immediately. So again, you're all welcome to this session. We have, once the presentations are done for the members on the panel, we'll welcome a presentation from one of our consultants we are working with from the Global Green Growth Institute. He's called Tigran, he's online, and his role is to discuss one important ingredient, again, of green financing, which we are trying to address as we co-create. We appreciate that people still define green financing from their perspective, not from the common or true perspective. And the reason is we do not have one point of focus for defining green finance. So what we have done is to partner with the Global Green Growth Institute to develop a taxonomy, basically a rule book for green finance, where whether I'm a loan officer in Kawale or in Gulu or in Kapchora, I can look at the chart in my branch and say, based on the kind of loan you want, it falls here, and therefore it is either climate mitigation loan, it is a climate adaptation loan, or it is a loan that will help in biodiversity conservation, much as we're taking money to do business in business. I may be mulching to improve yields, yes, but I'm adapting, I'm conserving moisture by mulching, and therefore that is a climate smart or green kind of investment. We want to have standards, and the taxonomy will enable us to do that. So Tigran will be invited after our presentations before take us through what is expected, but also to inform us on the role we will be playing, because we will also have an opportunity to talk with each of you from your financial institutions to hear out, look at your level of understanding and also have those considerations. So I wanted to add that before we get into the presentation. Yes, so I think this is a time to welcome the panelists to make your presentations, and yes, we start with UIDFS and then followed by TIXPA and then followed by I'm comfortable using the abbreviations because I have done a few research on the institutions and the so I'm going to
Thank you very much, Noah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name again is Goreti Masade, and I'm privileged to lead the team at the Uganda Institute of Banking and Financial Services, the only institute that is accredited by National Council for Education and, of course, mandated by our members who are the financial services institutions to provide training. But our core mandate, which is around our mission, is really to promote professionalism and financial inclusion among both the providers and users of financial services. And we do this, yes, through the training, which we are most known for. We do it through consultancy, and we do it through research. And our being here is the excitement around green finance, the excitement around protecting our environment, and of course ensuring that our businesses grow and our industry grows as we do that. So when we do talk about inclusion, oftentimes there is the understanding and thinking that it's all about access, but it's not just about access. I think increasingly experts have known that it's okay for you to provide the branches, the agencies, but if there is nobody walking in there to utilize them, then there is no inclusion whatsoever. And that's why our mandate looks at both the providers and the users of financial services. Now, when we talk about the Green Challenge Fund, what are we going to do in here? I think you've spoken to it, and everybody has kind of spoken to it. We have a challenge. We have opportunities, but are we utilizing the opportunities? Do we have the right challenge and right solutions to this to the challenge that we have? And so for us, we are looking at it as a sort of a behavior. The goal is to increase access to sustainable finance so that people can then invest in green businesses and invest that way. But what does that mean? It means that the providers have got to provide more, and it means that the users have got to demand and use for more. And for us to get into that, there is need to change perception, there is need to change what people do. So we want to look at it in terms of using the behavior change drivers. In behavior change driving, we look at, for instance, the opportunity. Do the people have the opportunity to even do green investment? Are the products available? Are the services available? Are they even accessible? So if I walk into a bank, am I able to get and touch it? So we know there is that challenge to address. Then there is addressing the issue of ability. Am I able to? It is true, I'll walk into a bank and they'll tell me we have a solar loan, but am I able to assess and see if it is the right one for me? If I'm a provider, am I able to assess somebody who walks to me and I tell them, yes, this is the right one for me? So in ability, we are looking at awareness, we are looking at knowledge, and looking at skills. It's a very different thing to be aware from being knowledgeable and to being skilled. So we are looking at that pillar as well. Then from ability, we are looking at motivation. Now, the motivation piece is, okay, I know the products are available. I have the ability to do this, but why? What's the motivation in there for me? And I like that for the providers, you've given incentives like guarantees and stuff like that. But for the users, what is the incentive? I liked it very much when Haifa International showed the difference in yields from taking on adaptation measures. how many people can do that? Surprisingly, even the providers may not know how to calculate those differences. And so we need to make sure that the providers know. When I come to you, I don't come to you to provide a loan, but I come to you to provide a solution. Higher yields, yeah. I'm coming to you to provide, of course, there was the issue, savings in energy. I want to hear those things. Those are the incentives. Then there is the whole incentive about social approval. So we need to make sure that both the providers and the users feel that there is this whole social approval, and that's the ESG that we are talking about. Being responsible. I like the term today saying saving the environment while making money. So that is the sort of incentive that we are, motivation that we'll be looking at. So now, having gone through those as the sort of pillars that we're looking at, the creating opportunity, the ability, and the motivation, then what is the institute going to do what are we thinking about? I like that we are still co-creation stages. And in there, we are looking at capacity building. So under capacity building, definitely using experience that we've had before. I know that we started out with the whole agribusiness lending, developed a curriculum for that, and now the banks are getting to understand, are doing more and more of that. So our first issue is to develop curriculum, and it's going to be a 360-degree curriculum. A curriculum that is for both the providers and for the users. And once we do that, then we will go into training the providers. It's very important for them to understand, first of all, this whole piece. I like the statistics you showed. I didn't like it, but you indicated clearly that almost everybody in there is just looking at mitigation. They're not looking at adaptation, neither are they looking at biodiversity conservation. So we need to get them to understand the full shebang, sorry, the whole understanding, but also saying, okay, then how do I actually appraise? How do I actually work out? You'll be surprised that we saw those figures. They are not applicable to everybody. I think it was very clear. It's not applicable. What is maybe the very same loan, but when I apply it in Mbarara, it will be different from when I apply it in Kapchora, because the conditions are different. The soils are different. So how will actually these people get to understand that? So the curriculum will be able to do that for us. We will train the providers. We also hope to do training of trainers. Now, the training of trainers is specifically to go to the users. We appreciate that the institute is in Kampala. We have branches, but we would like to have very many trainers of community-based trainers. So the community-based trainers will be those that can actually talk to the agribusinesses. So for instance, I know that for my director, I did not recognize him, Director Mr. Shafi Nambo. I know that they're working with many farmers. So the farmers that they're working with, farmer groups, can we create trainers within those so that at every community, the agribusinesses actually understand? And it's not enough to train trainers. It's not enough to stop there. We would like to be able to track and say, the trainers trained so many agribusinesses. And those agribusinesses, so many got loans, meaning that they actually understood. And those who got loans actually received what they needed to receive, or the incentives they were promised. So we don't want it to stop there. We would like to be able to track and put a mechanism of that in place. And then we'd like to be able to do refresher training. Having understood whether what we are trying to do is actually making sense, whether it's having impact, we'd like to be able to go back and do that refresher training. Another beautiful thing that we'd like to really do, even as we are, is create a pool of real experts. Yes, we will train those that are in the financial services already, but we are looking at these agricultural graduates. We would like to pick some of those graduates and really embed this in them, and know we have a fresh pool. Because a lot of the times you have in banks, people who are bankers, but not agriculturists. And I would like to pick these agriculturists up from the school and then take them through this, so that we know we've got a pool of core, and probably they can be the trainers of trainers and more. So around the capacity building, that's what we are looking at. Now let's talk about around promotion. Around promotion, because of our position in the industry, but also because of what we've done before. In 2020, being market-led, COVID hit, as you remember. And I think everybody wanted to get their NSSF money, as you remember. And so So we came up with the Banking and Financial Services Awareness Month. We said, I think we really need something big. I realized that, as you know, when HIV came, there was a big intervention. When malaria is here, there is a big intervention. But what is this big intervention to make people aware about finance? And I like to say health and wealth go hand in hand. Health is behavior, wealth is behavior. So we said, let's come up with this Banking and Financial Services Awareness Month where people get to understand, interact with the services, but also get to know more about what they can do. And we feel that it's a very opportune place and point to promote green finance. So we are hoping that we can have a green finance week in there and do a lot of things. We're hoping we can do regional exhibitions within there. We're hoping we have a lot of elite farmers. We are hoping we can do it virtual all year round where people can go and ask questions. During that week, there is a lot of media promotions, so radio, TV, social, digital. We would like to use that period to do all these things. And if possible, even have a conference in there and reward and recognize those providers and also those agribusinesses that are doing well in this sector, in this piece. So we think that will be quite a lot, quite a bit in promoting agribusiness. I think in a nutshell, I'll leave it that way, but the last bit is collaboration. I think for us as an institute, what we want to do is scale. And we have noted today, for instance, that if we were to do a conference or if we were to do all these things, the information we have had today, we do not want it to be a one-time affair. Because it's for only those that we are online. How do you make sure that this is a continuous? It has to be continuous. How do you have all those promotional material that we talked about? They're out there in the banks and they're out there in the field. And also people have a point of difference. So if the Institute of Finance is there and every time I hear green finance, where should I go? I know that I can talk to the Institute of Finance because it's a center, it's an anchor. And how do you now then also scale out the impact of the Institute to the community? So thank you very much.
Thank you, Goretti. Yes, with other questions, I saw a lot of people writing. We will have a session for questions. You have a privilege to say, I'm directing my question to this person. Just take note of who's speaking. Yeah, the same applies to the online audience. We have the team which is capturing the feedback in the chat. We will get back to you. Please utilize the chat and send all the information or all the questions you may have. I will not take so long. Let me invite Aziana to take us through the magic of green financing that FITSPA will be doing within the fintech space.
Thank you, Noah. Good afternoon, everyone, and to the people online, good afternoon. My name is Ziana Nuramanza Mudu. I'm the engagement partner for the Financial Service Provider Association, in short, FITSPA. Before I even say anything, I just want to give credit to aBi Finance for giving us this opportunity, especially for me to give me this opportunity to share the platform with Goretti and Jeffrey. I'm really yeah, it's and also this is my first time on a panel, so it's really I'm really excited. It's an exciting morning. When I first received an email from Noah, Green Finance, I'm like, none of my members, because you see, when members sign up for membership at FITSPA, they say what they do. So we have agri-tech, we have blockchain, we have payments, we have wealth creation, we have many other. But there was none that said green finance. So maybe before I introduce FITSPA, let me just, what we do, but let me just take you through the journey. I'm like, okay, this is a new, so I asked my friend Google, what's green finance? So they tell me what it is. I'm like, so this is agri-tech. And I have members in agri-tech. So I'm like, okay, what am I going to speak about? What am I going to say? And at FITSPA, we do is, our job is to move with our members. I didn't want to come here and speak without the voice of my members. So I called a few people in Africa. I'm like, so tell me about green finance. So I thought it was a new thing. So I don't know, this is what we do every day. So I asked, so you in your fintech, what are you doing for green financing? It tells me this. They said what we do is we give trees to the farmers. So every month they have a program where they give a tree to a farmer, and once the tree grows, that farmer is rewarded points, and then those points keep accumulating, and that farmer is also allowed to sell the tree to another person, so the chain keeps growing and growing. So that was one of the ways they do. And I asked, so another one, like, oh, you're in agri-tech, what are you doing for the agri-tech sector? Other one told me, I give credit to farmers, I give organic seeds to farmers. So already this has been happening. So what may be how are we doing it? Is it the best practice? If it's not, how do we improve these practices? But I was so excited to know that my members are doing them, and I'm taking on the challenge and the opportunity with blessings, with a blessing from them. Yes. So today FITSPA celebrates 5 years, and with the count of when we last started 5 years ago, there were 15 members, really 15 members of negotiation. Please come and follow. Today we are 189 members. When we first got into FIT, there was no regulation for the fintech ecosystem. So, and we knew for us to grow, there has to be some regulation, there has to be some order. And once you have no order, you can be pushed here and there. We didn't have anyone to report to. So even because all the members wanted opportunities. Why are you joining the association? They said they wanted opportunities, business and investment opportunities. How do you attract investors without order? So we were working towards creating that order, and today we have the NPS regulation, we have the data privacy regulation that we've been supporting as an association. And maybe we already have about 15 members. So the 1 year we're building a community, second year working on regulation, third year we've been handholding our members through regulation, and handholding them is actually changing the mindset, because this first. Let's first work on you as a secretariat, and then you can then grow your members. So we thank you, aBi. So our journey has been, our members are, fintech is, I look at fintech as value-added services or enhancers to existing sectors, like the banking sector. There's a fintech behind the mobile banking platforms. There's a fintech behind mobile pay. There's a fintech behind all those. It's technology enhancing existing sectors. So with technology, we can take on any challenge, because it's really creating new ideas, innovating, because it's finding solutions to those existing problems in our ecosystem. And together with our members, we are happy to take on the challenge. And I believe intervention, when I spoke to the members, they're like, okay, this is how we can digitalize the value chain. And digitalizing meaning is go paperless, one, remove the paperwork and everything. Also try to cash money. Money is actually made out of trees and all this. So you try the paper money, go digital, pay the farmers using digitally, give farmers tools that they can trade digitally, train them, just like Rachel said, we could just to smoothen the process of the farmers. But we cannot do that without collaborating with the Uganda Backers Institute and all this, and all other partners. So that is one. Then innovation is a given to us because that is where that's our bread and butter. We can create anything out of. So they really mentioned about, they have many things, their ideas are really wild. And we are happy to take on that challenge with our ideas. And the credit is obvious, giving credit and insurance, those are the obvious things that we and the banks can do and all that. But financial inclusion is what we as fintech, the fintech community can do. Really, because we're able to reach that person that you are targeting as aBi Finance using because for us, we know how to we innovate solutions that are going to solve that person's problem and get down, even we know how to find them through their in their villages, and we don't focus on having the brick and mortar or the traditional ways. For us, we know how to say, this is our customer and we're going to create a solution that fits this customer that's going to, and also serve their need. Yes.
Great. Thank you, Ziana. The hand clap should be louder than that. Yes, the important takeaways. We are going to save trees by using less money. How? Make transactions cashless. So you don't need cash. The other one is the peak of the wideness of the ideas that come through. Most of the things we celebrate today, both agribusiness-wise and non-agribusiness-wise, came through wildness. Virtually, most science things we enjoy today are either mistakes or accidents or someone just deciding on doing something no one has ever done. And that's why we are keen on having fixed with us. UIBFS tends to be more more sure, more prescribed in terms of how they get their solutions into the market. The IT world provides the same solutions, but using the backbone in terms of methodology. Somehow they are in the market, somehow they are in banking, somehow they are in education, somehow they don't seek permission, you find them there, then you decide how to exist with them. And that is exactly what we need. In the same environment of uncertainty, you cannot be very orderly when you're dealing with uncertainty. You don't have a rule book for it. You just need to be having the eyes and the ears on the ground that are ready to pick the vibe, if I may use the word, and then immediately form a solution. Research on viruses, like for vaccines, on some will take decades. People have plans for COVID-10 threatened everybody. We are having trials like in 6 months, we are doing trials on humans and heading towards the clinic. Shortcutting basically a process of over traditionally 25 years. So that is what the mind that thinks out of the box is about. So we are excited and waiting to see what will come from that side. Fintechs are very dear to us because average age of fintechers is within the bracket of youth, and we have a challenge there, which has been recognized nationally and internationally. So the youth-focused solutions for green financing, we are counting on you. Yes, we can bring them to IBFS for capacity building, but they have to come also one of our very dear partner Apex institutions. Yes, Jacqueline, with your mic is ready, please go ahead and take us through what you're going to do for us within green finance.
Okay, thanks a lot, Noah. And I thank aBi for giving us this opportunity, like my colleagues have already said, and for the long-term relationship really we've had with aBi. It's spanning over, I think, 10 years or so, I don't know, but it's been a long time. aBi, we've been able to launch new things into the sector that no one was interested in. Cut across all the different tiers of the financial services sector. That's why in our membership you'll find commercial banks, credit institutions, MDIs. Shafi is also my director, recently board chair, so yeah. And the tier 4s, of course, the MFIs and the SACCOs are the biggest number. And we do several things with them, but in the interest of time, I'll not go into that detail. Green finance at Amfu, we started grappling with it some time back, and you know, these things always come into our office and they are thrown there, and you know, we are left thinking what we should do about, you know, how will we, you know, take this to the sector. First of all, we ourselves do not even have the capacity, so where do we begin from? And so we begin by sourcing around the different countries globally, like who is available to build capacities in the sector and what knowledge is available. And so we began from that angle when we heard about that. Because we are members of something called the Social Performance Task Force, and you know, the environmental and green indicators were developed, and us as microfinance institutions that have a double bottom line at that point were expected to start, you know, implementing some of these indicators and sharing them with our members to ensure that they comply with some of these indicators. And of course, when you bring this out, the first question that goes through the mind of a financial institution is, does it make business sense? That is the first question that goes through their mind. And so you need to bring it out in such a way that this is not a grant. I mean, this is not charity. We are looking at social products that are actually profitable and where it's a win-win situation on both sides. And so we had to go and ask ourselves, why should financial institutions that are our members actually find it important to look at issues of the environment? When you look at the statistics from our membership, 72% of our members actually provide agricultural products. You'll find that 72% of them have some form of agricultural products that they provide. And when you look at the biggest people that are actually affected by issues related to the environment, smallholder farmers. The smallholder farmers, that means, form a very big percentage of the members, of the customers of our members. So if you do not work to ensure that this challenge that is coming up will not affect these farmers, then that means your business will also do what? It will also die. And if you're not only looking at the smallholder farmers, by the way, the smallholder farmers have a spiraling effect, because they will also affect those in produce trade, they will affect those ones in the restaurant and so on, service-based. So this whole spiraling effect will come from just that farmer and affect all the other products that the financial institution provides. So based on that, we had to keep with the limited information that we have, keep bringing on different people to actually talk about the role of microfinance institutions in ensuring that the environment is actually taken care of. When we had this Green Challenge Fund, for us it was such a big opportunity to be able to build capacity more, not just for the members, but for the microfinance apex also, and to have it brought to scale so that people get to actually understand. And as you said, everyone has their own interpretation of green. And so with time, we have been bringing on a few capacity building service providers that have been, like people in the sector that understand green finance to talk to the members. And there is a certain level of acceptance. There's a certain level of acceptance that is coming through. And so when you introduce it to them, while the knowledge is limited, they know that they have a role to do what? To play. When COVID came, we were hearing about it in China. And I remember all of us thinking, that's always an Asian problem. It's not the first time they are having such a challenge. And so we'd keep tracking, it's left, it's now no longer, where was that place where it started? It's gone into the next state, it's in another state. Until we were caught off guard when it was actually right here in in Africa. And so the same thing that is the same principle behind this whole green finance challenge, environmental challenge in the financial services sector. You may not see it directly that it is going to affect your business, but actually in the long term, it is going to affect your business. So what should we do as a financial services sector to be able to deal with this challenge? The number one thing we would need to do is technical assistance. Technical assistance for the members to be able to understand, comprehend the entire picture of what it means and what the impact is on their operations. If like you said, we were looking through our member statistics, and actually members are providing these green-related products. We had a majority providing solar loans, biogas, others just say environmental loan, water harvest, and they are all there. A big percentage of our members are actually providing those loans. But it is not that the intention is to deal with issues related to environment. No, it's just, okay, I hear that there is, people may be interested in taking a solar loan, so let me introduce it in my catalog. Or Amphio has a project on water credit. Let me join and see if I can get cheap credit to do what, but the bigger picture is not understood. So the other thing we want to do is to support them to institutionalize issues of environmental, of green finance and environmental issues. If you look at the way it is taken right now, issues to do with protecting the environment are just corporate social responsibility. So once in a year, a financial institution will say, let us help to plant some trees. And then they'll take pictures, and of course it will be in their annual reports. This is what we are doing. Or a circle will hold an AGM and buy a few solar panels for the best performing saver, and they'll take pictures showing that. But that is not sustainable. And I think, as I don't know who was telling, I think it was Noah, that unless something is measured, it cannot be done. What is measured is what is done. So unless it is institutionalized, it's part of the institution systems. There is a board committee, for instance, that discusses issues of green financing. there is someone that is actually in charge of doing that particular job. Otherwise, it will always be like a by the way. And so working on ensuring that this whole thing is institutionalized. I was hearing that the IFRS is introducing standards on green finance. So in maybe the next 2 years, when people are doing audit, they will ask for those indicators. So I think it's time we begin early to build capacities of our members to be able to respond to some of these things. And my colleagues have talked about most of those other things like promotion and attitude change and peer learning. Peer learning, we find that this is the best way that institutions learn from each other. If we have financial institutions like Ugaford shared today, and Finca or Pride is around the corner, they will say, oh, if these guys can do it, then we can also do it. That's how they get to learn from each other. So I think peer learning is very important if we are to be able to have this brought to scale. And yeah, I don't know. I've forgotten the other thing I wanted to talk about. So, but basically, what I'm trying to say is that we must begin from somewhere, which involves building buy-in of the institutions, and then having them take this as part of the work that they do, not just as an additional job or a small project that is just going to end. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jacqueline? Yes, no worries about what you may have forgotten. As our CEO communicated, we are going to have series of breakfast engagements. And the purpose for those breakfast engagements is for everyone to be able to echo and say more and enhance in terms of what they are doing or contributing, so that everyone is aware. Thank you so much for one, for of course being a good partner with us. 10 years is a marriage, then that one that marriage has gone into celebrating jubilee. So it means it's working well. So we are really, really happy for AMFU, FITSPA, and UIBFS's contribution and the ongoing partnerships we have, and more that we are going to do together. Unfortunately, we are not able to have UBA today because of other pre-planned engagements on their side, but we believe they will be coming in subsequent engagements. So I encourage all of us to again keep in touch with us on the social media platforms, so that all the subsequent activities that will come, those we are not able to hear from today, we get an opportunity to hear from them. Before we go to the question and answer session, we want to have a short presentation about the taxonomy development activity. Yes, and the reason mainly is one, the presenter is going to highlight what will be done in the process of developing it, and also to highlight the role each of us has to play. So it's basically for letting us in on what is going to happen regarding developing of the taxonomy. So I will welcome Tigran at this point. I just confirm that Tigran, you're online. Hello, Tigran, are you able to hear us? Are you able to see us?
Hello, no. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you.
You have
for this input.
Great.
First of all, congratulations on the occasion of launching the Green Challenge Fund. This is a really, really wonderful occasion to talk about the green taxonomy that we are going to launch together. I don't know, do I have the possibility to share the date?
Yes, yes. I know you shared a couple of slides. Please, you can share. You're enabled to share. Yes, and thanks for the patience. I know you've been on the call since 8:30 in the morning. So you've basically attended all sessions, yours being the last presentation of the day. Thank you for the patience, and also kindly take us through the context of this, and then we'll be happy to hear about.
It's very interesting insights to follow the presentations. Although the last two speakers, sorry, there were some problems with the video and voice, but also the first part, it was very insightful. Thank you for providing me this opportunity to be part of this event. I can't share, it says that host disabled participant screen sharing, so I need permission, either permission to share myself or someone to help me from there.
You'll be enabled shortly. You'll be enabled shortly. Use the multiple participants share option on the Zoom.
Yeah, now it's, now it's, yeah, so.
Yes, take it away. We can hear you well.
Yeah, so you can see the slides?
Yes, we can see the slides.
Yeah, okay, so I will try to be short, but yeah, concise about what we are planning to do together in coming few months. Yeah, what are the engagement context and what kind of methodology we will use to design as I believe, the most advanced green taxonomy for aBi. And also, most importantly, because process of designing green taxonomy is very stakeholder driven, so we will need to certain engagement with people who are in the conference room today to try to tailor it to the maximum need of aBi. Basically, as you know, this is within a framework of a partnership between the Green Growth, Global Green Growth Institute and aBi. And I was literally a few days ago contracted to help to design this green taxonomy that will aim at advancing green finance in Uganda, and particularly for our organization specific, designing organization specific context for aBi. So basically, as I said, the main framework is to the intervention is to design innovative and modern taxonomy that will be used for promoting sustainable agribusiness investment for aBi. But also, after designing the first draft, it will be very critical to engage with stakeholders, and I hope there will be soon opportunity to visit Kampala and talk with everyone who are key stakeholders for this entire process. And afterwards, we will finalize this document. So I would like to basically, in few slides, demonstrates what is the structure of ideal green taxonomy and where are the key points of the engagements with the stakeholders. But before that, I will just say that we will use in this exercise as a methodological baseline the World Bank's Guide on Developing Green Taxonomies, but also importantly, Climate Bonds, Climate Bond Initiatives Taxonomy and EU Technical Working Report, which specifies all potential areas and sub-areas that green taxonomy should target. We will also use insights from a couple of countries, which are Mongolia, South Africa, Sri Lanka, that have been successful in designing competitive taxonomies. And I really very much hope that in the result of our mutual partnership, we will design that we will do together is important for the level of policymakers, because it will help to identify intervention frameworks to finance those sectors and subsectors that, as I've already mentioned, prioritize through the national strategies. and also to facilitate development of pipeline of green projects that can be used again, not only level of certain organization, but also on a national context. So this is the first part of taxonomy that we will jointly, I've drawn up this table based on international best practices, but this is something that needs to be also validated through consultations with key stakeholders. To design green taxonomy, there are 6 steps, and we will go together throughout the process within the next couple of months. First one is to understand what is the strategic goal. So with what we are planning to achieve and at the national level. The second step is selection of environmental objectives, which is in our case, I had a chance to look through the midterm development strategy of aBi, and I found it's very, very instrumental in helping to identify environmental objectives that we will populate our taxonomy. On the top of this, we need to understand also what are the sectors that we plan to achieve, plan to target, and what are the specific investments. Because it's very important to decompress it to the level of end users and who will be the final sectors, subsectors, and farmers, beneficiaries that will be targeted through this exercise. On the next slides, I will show you the table how in reality it should look like. And of course, we will update the table that I demonstrated to you, who are taxonomies, users, and beneficiaries, and what exactly they can expect from this document. And last but not least, as we are talking about greenwashing, avoidance of greenwashing, it is very important to define what are the reporting guidelines for market actors that apply this taxonomy. To start the process, what I did so far in the last few days, I took available mapping of green taxonomies worldwide, as I mentioned, using World Bank guidance, using CBI and EU guidances, and designed a comprehensive long list of the sectors. Then I've screened, because we're talking about organizational level taxonomy, I skimmed through the business plans and policy papers of aBi, and to figure out big sectors that we need to target. Once again, whatever I present here, both on the level of sectors and subsectors, it will need to be passed through the meticulous process of validation through the consultations on the ground. So there might be the case that some sector or subsectors are not in this list, but again, I'm judging for the moment, judging on the documents that I were able to review. And during planned field trip to Kampala, we together will go in order to throw out this list, in order to define the all-inclusive list of sectors and subsectors of for green taxonomy. Then we will move, that's the table promised. I presented only one screenshot, shot one part of it to give you a taste on how the most important part of taxonomy, which is the matrix, will look like. Here you can see targeting agriculture, You see sustainable agriculture as a subcategory. Then we will need to list all potential technologies that will be eligible to be included into the list, with giving examples and, more importantly, thresholds. If we are talking about, for example, installing increasing energy efficiency of agricultural producers, or we are talking about installing solar panels or water heaters, or whatever technology we are planning to target, we need to provide thresholds, like what are the targeted values. For example, 50 megawatts of solar to be installed during the next 3 years, or increase in energy efficiency by 30% in this or that particular subsector. So to have a really applicable, workable, and most importantly, beneficial both for client, aBi, and its companies where it invests, we need to do this exercise in very meticulous manner together to fill in these tables, and then it will help us to arrive to the most critical part, which is what are the policy, regulatory, and fiscal incentives that will be applied for beneficiaries. As I have already said, these are the points you can see that we discussed will need to be validated with key stakeholders. And throughout this consultative process, we will be able to arrive to the final shape of a green taxonomy. Just to give you a feeling about timelines, I have already shared kind of inception report on how I see methodological approach and timelines for implementing this assignment. So basically, this and next week we will spend in some virtual online engagement with some stakeholders, but also client and beneficiaries to understand and validate the key methodological assumptions. Then by the end of August, I will deliver a draft green taxonomy with all 6 chapters that I just presented to you, preliminary addressed. And then in mid of September, I will plan, there will be a mission to Kampala where we will be, first I will have a pleasure to meet all of you in person, but also we will have an opportunity to sit together and on a technical level to look through the matrix that I just presented for your kind attention and other key important areas that I highlighted and that needs a validation with all of you. And it will give us an opportunity to finalize the taxonomy by the end of November, and then another visit where we will present taxonomy and the next steps to the wider audience of beneficiaries, stakeholders, and potential clients. So in a very nutshell, this, I don't know, it's maximum that I was able to squeeze in terms of timing. So I hope both I don't exceed the time limits, but also was able to provide to the participants with a clear understanding how ideal taxonomy should look like and what are the most important and critical steps that together we'll go through the coming next few months to have a competitive, innovative, and most importantly, workable green taxonomy for aBi. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Tigran. Team, round of applause for Tigran.
Thank you.
Yes. We are now going into a session of questions and answers. We have questions which are on the Zoom chat, but we also want to welcome questions from within us here. Again, we want to thank you for your patience, but also to recognize and appreciate you for your time. Director Shafi, once again, a special welcome from the other session to this one. But also everyone else, aBi team, and the other stakeholders from the sector who we have in here and online. So yes, the question and answer session is going to be short, and I believe after that we'll have closing remarks, and then we'll be able to go and start to see how we implement green financing. Thank you once again, Tigran, for that enlightening presentation, and also getting ready, one, to receive you in Kampala, but also to host you at our institutions, and we discuss how we can make green financing a reality in the financial services sector for Uganda. Thank you. And will be taking us through the question and answer session. Anna is our head of business development. She is the person who makes sure we get the money in the financial institutions. With her team, of course, so that our agribusinesses can access it. Anne, please go ahead and take us through the question and answer session. You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much, Noah. As introduced, my name is Anne-Marie Mwaka. I'm Head of Business Development for aBi Finance. And on the chat, we have 5 questions so far. I'll be starting with the ones in the chat, then I'll be coming to the audience. If you have any questions, I'll bring the mic to you. So the first question is from David Rajo. He's asking, I would like to know about the application process for the Green Challenge Fund line of credit. I think that is directed to you, Noah.
Thank you for that question. Once this stakeholder engagement phase and the taxonomy development phase is done, then we will have what we will term as the official launch of the aBi Finance Specific Green Challenge Fund. It's not going to be any different, but basically to tell you that, for example, out of the taxonomy and the engagements, this is what we have ready for you in terms of lines of credit, in terms of financial services development support, in terms of guarantees support. We, like I said in my earlier remarks, we do not want to give you something that is not going to appeal to your taste buds in terms of green financing. And therefore, again, I'll invite all of us to keep online. We will be communicating dates for when those resources and products are going to be available. So please, everyone here and those online, watch out for those dates. We'll be communicating them soon.
Okay, thank you very much, Noah. Then Sawa Zirowe Sako is asking, is this arrangement of Green Challenge Fund, is there a special insurance cover?
Interesting. Green insurance is not currently among the interventions, but again, like I said, we are still within the co-creation space. We don't have any no's for the Green Challenge Fund or for green financing. We appreciate the role of green insurance or climate insurance, and if you realize most of the aspects which are covered, even in the current agriculture insurance cover, 90% of them are about climate change related reasons. So again, this is a welcome addition or proposal, and I will be getting back to you with a more refined Green Challenge Fund set of interventions, hopefully all feasible considerations, including rather climate or agriculture insurance or green insurance, will have a place. So Erasmus, we look forward to another discussion with you and everyone regarding what we can do within that area.
Okay, thank you. All questions targeting aBi. Please bring in the questions for the beautiful ladies. It is very rare to see this kind of combination having, an all-women group. So the next question is from Kayondo Mugaga of Mamide Court. He's asking, are Tier 4 circles located in the central region eligible for the fund? Because according to the website, only Tier 4 circles in northern and eastern Uganda are talked about as the only ones eligible for the fund.
Thank you, Mr. Mugaga. I think the call you're referring to is the northern and eastern Uganda funding window call. Yes, that one is ongoing, and it is limited to those regions because it is a funding window that is targeting, that is keen on inclusion, but specifically for those regions. However, our products are still openly available for all financial institutions which are eligible across the country, the Green Challenge Fund is going to cut across. It is not region specific. So again, we invite all of you to see where you would like to apply yourself as an institution, and then push forward to us those proposals regarding what you'd like to do, and we'll be more than happy to support you. Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. Kayondo, you've heard. The answer is yes. You can actually apply. All financial institutions in all regions are eligible for the Green Challenge Fund. The next question is from Alex Matua, and he's asking, would you mind shedding light on the eligibility criteria of the 3 areas, ideation, pilot, and growth of the intervention?
Yes, we have links online on the aBi development website, which should take you to the eligibility criteria and also guidelines on how to apply. So I will implore you to log in onto www.abi.co.ug website and then click on the window that takes you to the aBi development website page. You'll be able to find the information you need regarding what is required for applications for either projects on piloting or growth, as well as the ideas. Yes, thank you.
Okay. So Alex, when you go to the website, go to aBi Development, not aBi Finance. Under aBi Development, you'll be able to find all the information that you need. Thank you very much. The next question is from Keith Stark from the East African desk. He has 2 questions. 3, where does the Green Challenge Fund see its placement in the agribusiness sector? That's the first question. Then the next question is, it's one question broken into 2. Where does the Green Challenge Fund see its placement in the agribusiness sector? Option 1, funding short-term measures to maintain livelihoods and invest in immediate needs as were presented, that is water harvesting, mechanization, climate-resistant varieties, or funding long-term, that is patient capital, for that actually tackles climate change, such as agroforestry, soil regeneration, sustainable practices, and the like.
Good question. Thank you, Keith. The Green Challenge Fund offers holistic interventions, and they cover both short-term, mid-term, and long-term investments that are needed to adapt to climate change, mitigate climate change, and conserve biodiversity. I can pick one example for the green lines of credit. Our loan term for lines of credit is between 1 year and 10 years. So that period spans between short-term, mid-term, and long-term. So depending on the investment that you want to make within, greening, in terms of greening your enterprise or your business, then you apply for a loan term that matches what you want to invest in. So it's actually both, but we do not only focus on financing, say, investments that are only at the enterprise level. We are also looking at building capacities of institutions that provide the financing itself. Ziana alluded to it a bit in terms of support offered to strengthen the secretariat. We will continue doing it, even regarding greening. And that's why we are keen, for example, to partner with the UIBFS on having capacity building that focuses both on the offerer of the financial services, but also on those partaking of the financial services. So yes, indeed, it will be covering both short, mid-term, and long-term investments. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Noah. I'll now open it up. Any questions from the audience here at Serena? Please.
Thank you very much. My name is Fred Highway. I work with the Global Green Growth Institute. My question will go to our panelists. Yeah, probably Probably number one and the last one. From your OPEX organizations. Yeah, my question straight is a concern to the end users, so okay, the beneficiaries basically. I know your members get different financing mechanisms and money is directed to them. But in the end, it does not, they don't usually prioritize the end users or the to-be beneficiaries to really prioritize them and give them or encourage disbursing that kind of funding to them at that level. Usually they keep their interest rates as usual, like it is for their usual money. I don't know what you plan to do or what you're doing currently to encourage those members under you, both for regulated financial institutions and the tier 4 financial institutions, to really also push these agendas and make sure that people can access as much as possible. I come from the energy background, and I know very well that there have been different fundings directed to the solar side to develop, to ensure that people really adopt to using solar and other renewable energy technologies, adopt to them. But the financing goes there, it is stuck there, and it doesn't really make any impact. So kindly, you can kindly inform us exactly what you plan to do or what you're doing currently to ensure that there will be some impact registered as a result of these different mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, let's take all the questions.
Okay.
And then we'll have responses at once.
We'll take all 4 questions. So I'll be coming to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Mary Najuma. I work with JZ. My question is kind of related to his question. I'm asking about the different business models that you're putting out to our end users, and also most of the solutions, the payback period is really long and it's quite frustrating. So is that also being put into considerations for the green solution? And that question was about the interest rates, if there's something to be done about that.
Thank you. 2 questions on pricing, 1 question on tenure.
Thank you so much. My name is Pius Wamala, and I support the green finance function at the Uganda Development Bank. I must appreciate aBi for bringing us together, especially regarding this Green Challenge Fund and generally green financing. But also to thank the panelists. I think they have put a lot of issues, a lot of things into context. I'm personally fascinated by the complementary work that aBi is doing, because looking at the deliberate establishment of this fund and what we are doing as a bank, because we are also establishing the same at the bank. And I must commend the ladies for bringing up this idea of having the enabling environment in place before we actually roll out the fund. For example, talking about the policies, the strategies, and then the taxonomy that was just presented. One, I think it goes to Goretti. It was about the curriculum. And coincidentally, yesterday I tried to check with the Ghana Institute of Banking. I'm not originally a banker, but my background is into environment, climate, and the rest. But because I work with a bank, I was forced to check which course can I do to actually add to what I do to complete my understanding of what financing for the green sector operating sectors under the green financing is about. When I checked, there are more, again, there are more banking courses, not really aligned, but I'm privileged to be working with somebody that I think lectures in the Institute of Banking, who advised but said they are trying to put up something that could support people that are non-bankers. So I commend you for that. Maybe I should go to my questions directly. One is on the taxonomy. Under the taxonomy, I don't know, maybe the gentleman didn't have enough time to elaborate exactly what we are going to do. But the criteria of what we are actually defining as green and non-green, that should come out more clearly. But again, the monitoring, review and verification of some of the interventions you want to undertake under green. We understand that most of the activities under adaptation, mitigation, and other environment-related interventions, we have high startup capital that is required, high transaction costs, long maturation periods, but also the long-term nature of some of these projects. For example, when you look at tree growing and others. And then the incentives or subsidies that may come with this. How do we plan to address these? I could stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Summarizing that question, there are many challenges within the green space. How do we intend to mitigate against those?
Thank you. My name is Zainab Kakungulu. I work with the Food and Agriculture Organization. I work within the forestry program. And actually my reason for putting up my hand is not to raise a question, but maybe to just say my highlight for the event today was realizing or finding out that actually aBi, the aBi Green Challenge is including agroforestry and highlighting the plight of forestry as a climate change mitigation, measure. We all know, really, every time we talk about climate change, forestry should ideally be on top, but there are challenges, which has already mentioned, actually, the long-term period of forestry and all those things. But I would like to highlight that as FAO Uganda, we have been implementing for the last 10 to 15 years a big EU-funded program actually also on forestry management. We have supported the private sector, but through grants to establish commercial tree plantations. So these tree plantations are there. The first hurdle of investment capital was addressed through the EU grant, but now the EU cannot continue giving grants beyond now the establishment. So these farmers are now going into processing. So there is additional capital required for processing. And of course, many of them, the machines, there's so many things, they also require capital. But the challenge has been that most agribusiness, loans or investments are targeting, agriculture value chains. So I'm really excited to know that the wood value chain is also coming into the picture. And I would like to say that as FAO, we definitely will engage you. We will like to get you in touch with these farmers, many of whom are actually very organized. And I believe we also have some potential funds that we can probably pull together and see how we really strongly bring out the wood value chains in the aBi Green Challenge Fund.
A hand clap to that. Synergies are welcome. More money expected in the pool. Thank you very much. We'll look for you. If you do not come to us, we shall look for you first. Yes. So
yes,
I'll get back to our part list. So
Thank you,
I'm sure you have all the questions written down.
Yes.
Please, fire away.
Thank you. I think we've addressed the one of how we ensure that cheap capital that comes in to subsidize value chains and related sectors ends up also being cheap to the end user. That was one of the questions. Then we also addressed the one on the tenure of available financing, but let's discuss the interest one first. And the one who comes to my mind very obviously is one who comes from the apex for the sector of characterized as one with the most expensive money. which is the tier 4s, and therefore Jackie. So as AMFU, how are you supporting financial institutions to structure loans in a way that makes loans which are being financed by cheap capital also be accessed cheaply in terms of interest at the end? Affordable.
Affordable.
I beg your pardon. Thank you so much for that correction. My motivation for using that word is because that's the word the market uses on a daily. From the financial services side, it is definitely appropriately priced or affordable capital. So you can let us in on what you're doing to ensure that happens. Yes, and any other panelists can share their remarks as well.
Of course, interest rate calculation is a combination of several things. Every financial institution goes through that systematic way of calculating their interest rate. But you'll find that there is a product mix in most of these institutions, and not all products are priced the same, depending on the cost of actually administering that kind of loan. For instance, if I'm getting a loan from a salary loan from a commercial bank, they will not move even 1 second to come and recover that money. But if a SACCO, for instance, is lending to a small business person or a farmer, they will have to find them in their home or at their stall or in their garden, and there are all these operational costs that are involved in giving out that loan. Then of course the loan is more high risk because there is no collateral. All those different things go into calculating the rate of interest. But of course at the association we have built capacities of institutions in terms of efficiently delivering a loan in a manner that it is less expensive, so that expense does not trickle down to the customer. So and his major concern was that we get these, for instance, if the Green Challenge Fund gives a line of credit to an institution at 2%, and then it sits there because but the major problem actually is not that it's the lack of the knowledge of the product by the customers. So you find the financial institution actually has this environmental loan, Green Challenge loan, but the customers don't have enough information about that particular product. So the product will sit there. And that comes from what I was saying from the beginning. Is the institution interested in ensuring that those loans are actually disbursed? Is there an incentive? For instance, they will give a credit officer an incentive of if you disperse 1,000 loans to women, then you have an incentive of a certain amount. So the credit officer knows that that is the priority of the institution, and they will have to ensure that that loan is disbursed. But if there is this fund and it is not felt as a priority in the institution, then it will definitely take a back seat. And even if the customers actually want it, they will not know that it is available. So you find there are financial institutions that have the ability to be able to disburse these loans, but they have not. It comes to what I was talking about, institutionalization. It's not seen as part of an institutional priority, so it definitely takes a back seat. But at AMFU, we have piloted quite a number of social loans that actually make money for the institution, and uptake is high. Things like water credit, things like access to financial services for people with disabilities, that people looked at as most financial institutions thought were not profitable, but when they did the calculation, they actually saw that it brings a mutual benefit for both, and they take it up.
Thank you for that. I think it also touches a bit on the other issue of you had asked for 10 years. You find you have a technology whose payback period is 7 years, but the loans in the market which are available have loan tenures of up to 5 years. It means if you take up that loan and buy that equipment, your time for paying that loan is going to be up before the technology has even earned you the money to cover the loan. So it comes back to several issues she mentions. One is awareness. Another one is appropriateness of the loan products that are in existence. The other one is availability of liquidity or financing that allows the financial institution to do that. If you have a line of credit of 5 years, you cannot use that money to lend for 10 years. So, and those are some of the dynamics that we are embedding in the product refinement, even on the aBi side, to be able to accommodate such dynamics that are investment specific or value chain specific or sector specific. Yes, so that's quite it. But again, like I said, we will not discuss so much. We have already overshot our time by 1 hour and 16 minutes. Thank you again for your patience. We will have more stakeholder engagements, and they'll all be online. We may have physical sessions, but we'll always have a hybrid in terms of setup where you can attend from where you are, and then or come in physically. So please keep writing the questions, keep engaging us, and keep attending when we call you. We hope we can achieve and succeed with this green finance agenda with everyone's participation. I'm feeling tempted to give yes, a round of applause to our panelists, but also to allow one burning one from Director Shafi. So please, Director Shafi, you have a minute, just a minute, and then.
Thank you very much. It's not a question. I just wanted to just add on what Jackie is talking about. Of course, the issue of interest rates is not new. It is something that has been raised for years and years. But again, sitting in this chair, if you just look at most of the financial statements for, say, Tier 1, then Tier 2, there's a very big difference in terms of how much profit they make. And again, if you look at their balance sheet structure in terms of how much is portfolio and how much income is being generated from other services. So most banks, especially those that are regulated, they generate more money from other services. So if you go deep into the microfinance sector, indeed they are not making money because of the cost of doing credit. For example, you'll get, say, subsidized funding from aBi, say at 12.5%. But that is not pushing offshore lenders. They are lending at 20%. For example, now with the increasing, the fluctuation in the dollar, their hedging costs are high. So by the time the money comes here, it is, say, at 20%. So now you as a financial institution, how much are you going to lend at? And then again, if you look at the staff numbers for the most of the microfinance institutions, there are more of people, institutions, and they give a lot of non-financial services. For example, for a borrower to borrow money, there's a lot, which is different from when I get a loan of 5 billion, I give it one person, but here you'll find that 1 billion. Actually, last time we were trying to look at Ugaford, and we realized that about 90% of our borrowers are taking loans below 3 million. So just compute a loan of 3 million, and then compute the travel costs for the loan officer. So you find that it is really, the margin is really very small. Now, lastly, I just want to talk about, there are some funders that have come and I've said, please look, I want to give you this money, but you have to reduce your interest rates. Most institutions have gone back on the table. They have done the calculation, and they have seen that it does not make sense. Because now, if I'm lending out, say, on average monthly about 10 billion, and then you are going to give me 3 billion, and I have to reduce interest rates on 10 billion, definitely it doesn't make sense. So I think this is something that is very key. And something that I want us to know is that the borrowers or the consumers, right now, I think they explain to them what is the interest rate. If I borrow 1 million, how much do I need to return? How much is on top? And then asking them, does this make sense for you? Do you make money? If you are making money, please take a loan. If you are not going to make money, please don't. And indeed, if you go into detailed calculations, that's why you see customers have continued to borrow and they continue to pay. And then those default rates, most of them, actually in most cases, it is because of the natural circumstances that make them default. But indeed, they are benefiting from the loans they take. So whenever we talk about interest cap, it becomes a big problem. And also scalability becomes a challenge. Thank you very
so
much.
Yes, thank you so much, Director Shafi. Again, this is the basis for us having the follow-on stakeholder engagements. These discussions have to be held over and over again for everyone to come up to speed and also to appreciate each one's concerns. And we are looking forward to more of those. We already have ideas which have come through, which will form themes for even the upcoming stakeholder engagements. I'll take this opportunity to invite our CEO to give closing remarks, and then we should be able to wind up. Yeah. Thank you, Mona, you're welcome. A round of applause for our CEO. She is the only participant in plain green. Plain. Others may be having
if nothing, I say
green. Yes.
At least hopefully the color convinces you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Noah. To our participants, our panelists, Gority, Ziana, and Jackie, thank you so much for gracing us with your time. Shafi as well, thank you very, very much for gracing us with your time. And also our participants online, thank you very much. It's been half a day that you've spared with us, and this is not the end. We're in the middle of the journey, as Tigran shared. We're going to be engaging you regularly in the coming days and months to ensure that we come out with products that suit the actors that we saw in the main session, that we can provide the services at the right pricing, in the right places, with the right delivery mechanisms. So thank you very much all for your time. Thank you for being patient with us. And indeed, we are going to knock at your doors quite a number of times until we have what we want, and we look to generally investing green and transforming our agribusiness and agriculture sector. Noah, thank you very much for moderating excellently, Anne-Marie as well, and to my colleagues in management. aBi Finance is